We're live! Amazing. Welcome everyone to this year's Access Consciousness International Book Day event, Books That Lead to Greatness. And I am joined by my wonderful co-host Diva Diaz for this amazing event. Hi, Diva.
Hi, Julia.
And we must not ignore that Gary Douglas is also here on the screen. And welcome to our wonderful first speaker, Gary Douglas, founder of Access Consciousness. And he is our first guest of 8 guests today. And he's going to be talking about the How to Become Money workbook that he wrote quite a while ago. And it's a book that has stood the test of time and is really an amazing gift to people with regards to not just their money and finances, but their whole life.
Yeah.
So,
good. So, to start with, this book was written in 1986. Now, most of you are so young you can't even imagine that, but it was written in 1986, and it's still valid today. You know, it's not something that has gone out of context, it's gone into context. How that works is when you speak to what will be the future, the book becomes in context as time advances, which is what I try to do with all our books, is to have our books advance with the age as the age advances.
Yeah, and they truly do, all of them. And, you know, one of the things that I love that I've heard you say several times, Gary, about the Access Consciousness books is that they're there to be studied.
Yes.
You know, they are, of course, you can read them quickly if you want to, but they really are something that can just accompany you and give you so many tools. Can you talk a little bit about that and the difference that is?
Well, I mean, like I went to a lugar and I was there to try and get it finished, right? And I was doing all this stuff and I was doing all this stuff and I was doing all this stuff. And then I picked up a copy of the book to read on the plane on the way home. I read through the first 86 pages and I went, oh my God, I was ahead of my time. What I'm talking about is exactly what is occurring there. One of the things I talked about in the book is animals coming in to sacrifice themselves to be part of your lives. And animals are in communion with us. They deliver. And we have all kinds of animals that come to El Lugar to visit. We had an ocelot turned loose on the property next door, El Encanto. And the enchanted forest is what I call it. And it means, El Encanto means the enchanted. And so it's like I talked about these things. We had the ocelot and he found a mate over there and he brought his mate back to our orchid pond or plot where we have the orchids. And he and his wife are starting to create a nest there. I think they're going to have their babies there, which is fucking unbelievable that they're coming to the humans to save them, to help them. And I think it's a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful gift. I just am amazed all the time at the wonderful things that happen there. You know, and we have a taper who was very upset because they're not working in the area where she lives. So she came over to see what the hell we were doing and why we weren't over there.
That is wonderful. And this is the book, The Place, that Gary is talking about, which is a novel that he wrote, which, you know, as you're speaking, Gary, one of the things that really jumps out, and I'm sure that Julia will, you know, have a similar point of view as me on this, is that all of the books of Access Consciousness and all the material in general is really designed to give you more of a connection with everything around you. It's really not just about let me have my own success story over here, or let me, you know, get this result over here, although it can include that. It's such a bigger picture, you know, as you're talking about addressing the future as well.
And I love addressing the future, and I love looking to create the future. And for me, it's like creating a future that's different. One of the things that has occurred with El Lugar is that we've done a different way of building everything. The septic system is different. The electrical system is different. How we're doing hot water and air conditioning is different. And they're all done in ways that are saving money, but providing what people desire. So the eco resorts in Costa Rica, they're an eco resort because they give you one 25-watt light bulb in your room to read by. I want lights. I want to see. It's like I'm old. I can't see without lots of light. So I need light. And now we provide all that, and we're providing this whole different universe. And with how to become money, I wrote that as a workbook that you could do, and you could do it many times. And I highly recommend to people that you take your first answers in the workbook and put them on a separate sheet of paper. Then go back 2 weeks later and do it again, and you'll find out you have a totally different set of answers. And it's like, can we change that fast? Yes. Are we changing as fast as we can? I'm not going to answer that.
That's an amazing question to ponder.
Yes. And it's like, and that's the whole thing, is what I'm trying to do is get you to ponder questions. One of the things I just did is I ended all emails from Access until July 31st. No more emails. Now, I'm hoping it will create a curiosity in people that have been used to getting 20 emails a week. And they will start wondering, what the hell happened? What's going on? What's going on? I want them to be in the question. And what we're trying to do is create an app which will allow people to sign up for classes. What am I interested in? What do I want to know? And I'm setting it up in the back end. So if people do not open their emails for 10 times, they get deleted from our mailing list. They want to be part of it. They have to choose in, not answer.
That's really amazing, actually.
Yeah.
The whole email thing is really interesting. I was a little bit confused by it, and so
No, you weren't. You wanted to be confused so you could send out the email. You wanted to send out what you sent out.
That's true. So I called you about it, and you actually said, find a different way to reach people. This way is not creating your life, your future, your business. And I've already just got in touch with people in a different way this morning, phoning people about upcoming classes. And I learned that one lady's mother died last week, and just what that journey has been for her. I learned that another lady has a cottage in Canada, and she was telling me about the forest fires and all kinds of things she had going on. And it's like, this is the oneness that you're talking about.
Yes. Because you have to have that place where you engage with stuff. And if you want to have money, which is what the money workbook is about, is you literally have to engage with people so that you begin to find out what is of interest to them, because you can't sell them a product that they don't actually have an interest in. So find out what they're interested in, and then see if you want to sell them a product, and don't sell if you don't want to, if you don't have to. Exactly. Everything should not be about salesmanship, which is what they try to teach you. It's like today, I think Sean and Allison and Arthur have a thing on engagement, and there are like 20 people that are signed up for it. I went, only 20 people want to actually succeed, because that's an element of success that everyone needs, because in that you make amazing changes. I have a guy that was at El Lugar this week to visit me, and I met him there. And he's part of the Azcapotzalco, which is the horse breeding society. And I made a friend out of him, and I just think he's great. And he's interested in getting us into the Rose Parade. He's interested in all kinds of things. And he came to visit, and he says, my God, this place is amazing. You guys have done so much already. And it's like, it's a phenomenal place. And all the Costa Ricans who come there say this place cannot help but be a success, because it's more unique than anything else in Costa Rica.
Right.
It takes an extra year to get it built. Okay, fine. One of the things I realized is that we've been giving enough money to El Lugar that we could have this thing done in a year out of our own pockets. If that's what we have to do, that's what we will do. I don't care. So all of you who don't want to give us money, don't give us any money.
Love that. You're so different with money.
I am so different with money, and I realize I just don't have the idea that money is that big a deal.
No, you don't.
And it isn't really. People try to make it a big deal in order to make it important that they have it or don't have it. And if you have the point of view you don't have enough money, guess what? You're screwed, because you will never have enough money. Right. If you have the point of view, I don't have enough money, even if it's I don't have enough money right now, you're still going to make sure that eventually you're still back in that same position, because that's familiar territory. So you will always go back to what is familiar, never into what is not. Ask a question. What would it be like to be a billionaire? And what's interesting is I ask people that and they go, well, I don't want to be as nasty as that. What do you mean? Billionaires are nasty. According to whom? Who says they're nasty? Why don't you look at what's true instead of looking at what people tell you?
Yeah. And the other...
Yeah. Go on.
No, sorry. You go ahead.
You go.
I was just going to say the other interesting thing is about that question, and the questions in the book as well, is that they're not designed to give you an answer, which is what so much of the material out there about how to have more money talks about. They're about giving you more awareness and playing a long game, like a marathon, not trying to get rich quick, which is just such a different Will you talk about
it's like the one thing I've always noticed is a lot of people try to turn Access into a multi-level marketing plan. Because they've decided multi-level marketing will get them rich quick. It won't, unless you work all the fucking time. The only people I ever met who were in multi-level who made a lot of money were people who worked all the time. These people want to have residual income with them doing nothing. If you have that point of view, then you're going to do nothing, and the residual income will come after you die. That's just the way it is. So this workbook opens a whole lot of things. One of the things that was interesting is a guy said, you could take these same questions and apply them to relationships and they would work. I said, yeah, they would. I said, and you can do it according to business, and you can do it according to anything you want to apply it to, and they will all work to create more awareness about what you have and what you're going to create. So choose. I mean, this is a fucking brilliant book.
It's so brilliant. And you were talking before about the future.
Yeah.
And reading this book, and I read this book over and over and over and over and over, and I love it. And every time I read it, it's like, well, that I never read that before, and that, like, the depth that you can read from.
Isn't it interesting? You can read it multiple times and you still don't see this stuff.
Gary, I've read it actually cover to cover 99 times. I'm almost at 100. And I started 11 years ago, and I make sure I get through it once a month.
Good.
But the depth that I'm reading at now, like just in these last 10 times, it's like it's a different world, and you can only get to that depth through reading it and changing and becoming
providing the answers that you have at the time to see that those answers are a limited point of view, not your point of view.
Okay.
And it's like, that's the gift that it is, and it's the gift we try to make with all of our books. We want all of our books to be things that you read them multiple times and you get a whole different universe.
Wow.
Yeah. I love that you just said it's a limited point of view. It's not your point of view.
Yeah.
We're so conditioned to believe that even limited points of view.
Well, all limited points of view have to be our own because we're so aware of them.
Yeah, exactly.
But we don't have to be them, and we don't have to live them. And that's the gift that each of the Access books should be for you. A place where you recognize the possibility of what you can create and start to create from that, not from this other place.
Can I ask you one more thing?
Sure, you can always ask me anything, as you always do.
True story. Thank you. So, okay. So, oh wait, now the train's leaving the station. Oh no. Okay, I got it. So you were saying you were facilitating me with something, and I came to you and I said, Gary, there's just so much that's available, and I can pick such big things. I have such huge, amazing things available. And you said, yeah, but you're like, what if you choose the little things that are choosable today? Because if you just choose for the big things, you're going to be disappointed and you're going to go nowhere. But if you choose in 10-second increments, if you choose the things you can choose today, those huge, big things will show up.
Yes.
Can you talk more
Well,
about?
it's like when you choose for today and you choose what's available that you can choose now, what you're doing is you open the door to the monstrosity of choice.
You do? That's so amazing.
I know. And it's like nobody gets that. And it's like I tried telling them and nobody listens. So I just stopped saying it. So now I just put it out in, weird ways that once in a while somebody does it and starts to do it. But it's like you can choose and create more if you start from the little things you can choose than if you try to choose the big things thinking that's a better choice. Choose what you can today. It's like I chose to, I was choosing to buy tickets to give to my grandchildren. And I went, wait a minute, I can't do that. Because if I give these to my grandchildren and they win, then everybody's going to say it's rigged. I can't get away with that. That fucking pisses me off. So I can't give them to my kids. I can't give them to my grandkids. So I just, put more prizes in there and let it go.
You can put the extra ones in my name, and then they can. If I win, then
good.
it's theirs.
Yeah, yeah, I know. You'll definitely give them to my kids.
Yes, I will. So that's a little choice that you made.
Yes. But the big choice that came from that was going to El Lugar, seeing how much money we put in the last 6 months was 3.5 million. And it's like, and how much was it going to cost us to finish the place at 7 million? I went, oh, so if we had the same amount in the next 6 months, in the next 6 months, in a year, we'd be done. I went, you know what? I can deal with a year. I will not be dead in a year. I will not be dying that soon because I have to torture you guys more than that.
We are grateful for that point of view. Well, and that's also an interesting energy then too about not giving up and not allowing money to limit you, not allowing it to be the limiting.
Well, you just have to look at it. Okay, so what's this going to take to do it? $7 million. Okay, $7 million. Where do we get $7 million? We can borrow it. But people are wanting 41% for it. I go, 41% is the idea, and you have to pay it back in 10 months. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not that desperate. I'm not that desperate. If I was that desperate, I'd probably do it, but I'm not that desperate. And they are looking for the people that are desperate, who will take whatever deal they can get to get their money. And those are what the Jewish community called ganefs. Money lenders who would take your testicles rather than be realistic. And it's like one of the things David called me and he said, we can't do the lottery in Abu Dhabi because it's subject to, what is it, Sharia law? Mm-hmm. I said sheriff law, but I know it's not sheriff. Sharia law, which is you cannot do that kind of thing. You cannot create gambling as part of something. So I said, tell them, sorry, we can't sell tickets here. But there's a way around. I don't care if there's a way around. You follow their fucking laws, you fucking asshole. Do not sell raffle tickets in those countries that follow Sharia law because it's not legal by their laws. Follow the laws. Don't break the laws. No matter how good you are at breaking the law, Julia, you don't need to break the law. I mean, I said no more emails and Julia sent them out to her people.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, all those people are in access. That's not your people. That's the people that are in connection with you that are in access.
That's a good point. I didn't look at it that way.
Of course not, because it's what you wanted to do was send out your email.
Yes.
Because you thought that was going to make you better than everybody else and get away with things that other people couldn't get away with.
Yep, he's got my number.
Yeah. You know, but you got to see what you're trying to do and what you're trying to pull and how you're trying to make things work, or otherwise you will create a disaster for yourself that you don't need.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the money book will help you figure those things out.
Yeah. Well, even talking about the lending and the desperation that they, the lenders seek out in people. For me, the incredible thing about that money workbook was it was the first book that actually got me out of a sense of desperation when it came to money.
Yeah, that's what it will do. It's one of the things it's supposed to do. It's one of the gifts it is. And even though it was done in 1986, it's still a brilliant fucking book today. Because I'm fucking smart as hell. No. Because what I wrote was really good.
Yeah.
It was really good. And it's even more relevant. I mean, in 86, you were talking about Donald Trump and Bill Gates.
Which is pretty funny, huh?
It's pretty funny.
And today we're still talking about what?
Donald Trump and Bill Gates.
Yeah. But I was saying to be rich, you didn't have to have Donald Trump's hair. Nor
thank the Lord.
Nor did you have, but I didn't say you didn't have to have Bill Gates' insanity. But, it's fine. You don't. You can be rich. You can be rich and have lots of money and do all kinds of amazing things and enjoy money instead of trying to get away with something or get through something or find more. And it just takes away the desperation, as you said, Diva. And I think that's just the greatest gift I can give anybody.
Yeah. And also it empowers you to know that you can create money in your own way. Like you don't have to follow the way that Trump has done or Bill Gates or anybody else.
Yeah.
So what it opens up is something so unique and different, which before that book, I hadn't read anything else ever that addressed that at all.
No, nothing else does. I mean, God knows I read hundreds of books on money. I got a big kick. I was talking to a facilitator one time and she said, Access doesn't really work because I still have the same money problems. I said, have you done the money workbook? No, I can't afford it. What? Don't you get it at half price? Well, yeah, but I can't afford it. I said, so you would suffer rather than paying $17.50 to get yourself out of it with a book that would actually work. I can't afford it. Good. You are right, and you never will be able to.
Yeah.
And today she still hasn't read it.
Oh.
And she's suffering financially.
You said a key thing though, Gary. You said you won't pay that to get yourself out of it. Yeah. And I think that's a big part, of all of the Access Consciousness books. It's how do you get yourself out of these situations? How do you create something different?
Well, most people want to find out how they got into them, not how they can get out of them.
Right. Wow.
Because they think if they can figure out how they got into it, they will get out of it, which just doesn't really work.
No. Yeah. How did I get in the ditch? Then maybe I can follow those steps backwards to get out of the ditch. That's not how it works.
Exactly. Not how it works. When you're in the ditch, you're in the ditch. Now, where do I go from here?
Yeah.
Do I go forwards? Do I go backwards? Do I go inside, outside, upside, downside? Yeah. I really love that book that they have for little kids about the inside, upside, inside, upside, inside, outside, upside, downside. And it's the funniest friggin' book. But it's it shows you how we think that makes no sense.
Mm.
And that's what I see people doing with money and everything else in their lives.
Yeah. Thinking and thinking and more thinking.
Yeah, I'll think. Therefore, I'll be out of the wet paper bag.
Yeah.
No, you won't.
Right. Yeah.
Cool.
I want to ask a question.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, we really thank you for coming on. This was a great conversation.
Good. Thank you.
So
I hope you guys enjoy it and have a great day because you deserve it.
Thanks, Gary.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Awesome. Oh, that was an amazing conversation.
It's inspired me to read the book again. I haven't read it 99 times like you, Julia. That is impressive. I read it probably about 35 times, but that's still not.
That's actually still quite amazing. And it's like the level, just that each reading of the book gives you. And one of the things that that Gary has said too, for those of you who maybe haven't read the book or have maybe read it once or twice, or maybe you bought it and it's sitting on the shelf, is one of the things that he said is if you read the money workbook every 2 weeks for 6 months, it will totally change your money problems. And I've had so many people that I have talked to about that come back and say, it worked. I did it for 6 months and it totally changed my money problems. So that can be, for those of you who like a little structure, that can be a really great way to go about it.
I like it.
And change it.
Well, and it looks like we have Dr. Dain Heer, who's ready to jump on.
Hello.
Oh, sorry. What I meant to say was Dr. Danger Dragon Unicorn here.
Thank you. Okay, much better. I didn't have near enough room for my whole title. Okay. How you guys doing?
Oh, we're so good. We're so good.
Wonderful.
Yay.
So today we are talking about a very special book, A Guide to Life, a guide to being here on the planet, a guide to happiness, and a guide to having a body. And we're going to talk about Dr. Dain Heer's book, Body Whispering. A very different book.
Is that how you do it? Right. Okay.
I usually direct it down toward my genitals. Actually, you know, as I think about it, most men would be relatively intelligent to do that, to say that to their penis. Stop trying to make all my decisions for me. Sorry, was that out loud? Okay.
It was
I'm having an irreverent day.
Oh God, the world would be a different place.
Mm-hmm. True story.
That's great. Well, this is a very special book, and it's just very special to me. I've been just going through it again, and you just give people something that you really can't get anywhere else in Body Whispering. There is such a level of communication and kindness, and like you really give examples about how to be with your body in ways that I just have never seen articulated anywhere else. And so could you kind of just start by talking about how you, how you are this different awareness and show people this different awareness? It's just really different.
Yeah. And thank you for that acknowledgement also, because that's exactly what it is. And it's exactly why I wrote the book, because I, like other people, grew up having a body. And I got a lot of, there's just certain things that are just the way reality appears for us, and the way the reality is that most people function with their bodies. And then 23 years ago, I got an explosion in my world when this energetic awareness and energetic way of working with bodies and beings together showed up. Right. And it was an interesting thing to realize, here's the being and here's the body from their point of view and what they're doing with it, but that the body could actually be every bit as potent as the being if we weren't stomping on its head all the time with our judgments, our points of view, and all of our points of view about what is possible with it and how to create it and how we get there, that we bought from the time we were this big. Okay, actually small, like really, really tiny. And so we've grown up sort of, it's kind of like if you grew up in an energetic matrix on a, energetic computer program sort of thing. Sorry, I have multitasking. Awesome. Thank you. We're doing projects around the house, as we always are. And
Nice.
the amazing Estella's like, does this work? I'm like, yes. And it's also, this is an interesting, consciousness works in wonderfully mysterious ways that we don't get cognitively, but this is a great example. Like, knowing that Estella is on this, I know it's going to turn out better than I could do it on my own, number one. But I also know it's going to turn out in the way that actually is going to create more. And to a certain extent, that's not a trust we have ever learned to have with our bodies. And so what most of us have learned to function from is everything that has been past and history with bodies. And when I say past and history, we could look at it as sort of the past and history of our body, this lifetime with our family. But then there's also this thing called DNA that's been passed on since we've had bodies, which we use as a determining, but also a limiting factor. And so what this journey is about in body whispering is connecting, is a few things. One is going beyond the idea that we're somehow superior to our bodies and that our judgment of our body is going to create more. And instead going on an energetic exploration of what it really is to have a body, what it really can be, what they're really capable of, and how we can really create them in such a way as to be in communion with them, where there is not only no separation, there's an immense amount of gratitude. And where because even anytime, and the interesting part about it, one of the other reasons I wanted to write the book was because I've had so many conversations with people about their bodies and facilitating classes in the last 23 years. And it became very apparent to me after a very short time how many fixed points of view people had regarding their bodies, regarding the whole idea of having a body, regarding what it was going to take to not only, I was going to say what it was going to take to have a body that they loved, but that wasn't even part of their computation. And that for me it was saddening when I was first aware of it, because I realized that most people believe they can't love their body. And if they do, it's from this weird thing that most people do. What the book shows you is how to actually be that. Because anything you can be is sustainable for your future. And you can be it indefinitely if you're willing to be it. Well, what most people have done is, rather than going to the source and eliminating the judgment and the fixed points of view, what they do is they don't have the tools to do it, which is one of the things Access provides. So they have this thing that's like, this is how I be with my body and I don't like it and blah, 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 all the stuff, right? And what they do is they try to put that over here and replace it with something else that's supposedly a better version, but it's a better system of judgment.
Yeah.
And so eventually this primary system of judgment that they develop, that they think is living with a body, eventually comes back in and takes over, because this thing wasn't this, sorry, I hope everybody's watching. If you're listening to this right now, you really have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. And about 80% of you watching have no idea what the hell I'm talking about, but that's okay. It works for me.
Read the book.
Read the book. Hello. So rather than replacing an old judgment system with a new judgment system that seems like it has better judgments, this is about eliminating judgment as a valid construct for how to be with our bodies. And the interesting part about that is, what I get more than anything else from the people that have read the book is, wow, I was doing this because I wanted to be different with my body. And I realize in being different with my body, I'm actually being different with me. I'm starting to like me more.
Yeah. I definitely see that as a result of the book. Like, for those of you who are listening to this, like, the book has things in it that, I don't know if it's the way that it's put together so beautifully, but it has things in it that I just hadn't seen. I know it exists other places in Access because you do talk about it, but the way that it's strung together in this book, it's like this offering just doesn't exist anywhere else. Like it's just a necessity. It's so powerful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I think you say also in the book, like, do you know that you're treading a new path? Which I love what you're saying, Julia, because it really is that. I think so often we feel like we should know this, or at this age, I should already be able to change this, or get out of judgment. Sure, I should be out of judgment. Why can't I get out of judgment? You know? And so just that line, like, do you know you're treading a new path? To me, just gives you so much permission to get out of self-criticism and self-judgment and actually recognize it's okay to start working this new muscle. It's okay to stumble along the way, and it's okay to actually have this as a whole new language that you're relearning.
That exactly what you're saying. It's okay. And from there, look at how much that changes everything. And that's one of the themes woven throughout the book. It's okay. Here you are. We're looking to change something. You don't have the answers. I don't either. I got a lot of questions for you, though. Yeah. And it's okay. You're not wrong. And that, without even stating it, after a while becomes part of the theme throughout the whole book is you're not wrong. And also part of what we go into is the places and spaces where you've been miraculous with your body, or your body has done something miraculous that because it couldn't be received or perceived by others, you either discount it or invalidate it or assume that there's somehow a wrongness in it. But it's like, if you had no wrongness about any of what you've been with your body, if you had no wrongness about anything you as a being have chosen, then it becomes about what would I like to choose, not how do I get over this overwhelming sense of wrongness.
Yeah.
And that's when things start to really take off. So everything that doesn't allow you to perceive, know, be, and receive it, will you destroy and uncreate it, please?
Yeah.
Right and wrong, good and bad, pod and pock, all nine, shorts, boys, povads, and beyonds. And for anybody who found this, who's watching, go to theclearingstatement.com and you can have that explained to you in a 24-minute video with me and my friend Simone Milasas.
Awesome.
It's a way of changing shit.
Well, something else that to me has always stuck out in the book is that you speak about every molecule in the universe having consciousness. And that is not ever a way that I thought to think about my body.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, great. I get that. That's amazing. And then my body's this little creature over here that I need to like whip into shape.
Yeah.
Can you talk about the connection? And because that really opens up so much, and it's, in some ways it can be a bit of a jump,
This is also the interesting part, is there are a lot of jumps in that book, but somehow as you go through, this adds to this, and you're like, oh, they all play together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so you get this piece plus this. And I think that's also what Julia's speaking about, which is it's a unique winding of different things together that as you read through it opens up something way bigger than the sum of the parts. And so as far as this particular jump, okay, so it's like you described it so perfectly. My body is a little thing over here, and then there's the universe of consciousness. So which makes you lighter? Okay, one of the fundamental truths in this world, and a tool we use in Access, is what's true for you always makes you lighter. A lie always makes you heavier. So which makes you lighter? That there is consciousness in every molecule of the universe, except your body, whoever you are, or there is consciousness in every molecule of the universe. think about that one for just, hold on, I'm getting it. Hold on, wait. Okay. So and here's the other interesting way and perspective of how the book works to create the change, which is a presentation and an acknowledgement of what is true that you may never thought of before, but that you as a being know, that you wish somebody else would have put into words. And that for me is all of access right there. But this, and so Julia, were you going to say something? Because
No, I wasn't.
just an acknowledgement. Okay.
I was just getting excited.
I know, me too. I'm like, oh, it's so cool.
Yeah.
And it's, this book is from many conversations that I've had about bodies over the years in classes, because each time I would have a conversation with somebody about their body would give me an awareness, even if the being wasn't willing to have it at the time. And I'd go, oh, this is how things actually work. And it was just their body being their body, but being willing to not hide any aspect of what is. And so in what we're doing is, it's like presenting what actually is true that you wish somebody would have put into words before, so that you could at least tap into the concept. And then, and that what is true is true. It's not presenting truth like this is the truth and this is not. No. It's presenting what is true. What's true is true for all of us and everything throughout the universe. And I'm not the one coming up with what's true. This is just, here, this, like what's true makes you lighter, for example, is true for all of us. So it presents things like that, but also how it relates to the body, how it affects the body, and what is actually possible with our bodies if this is indeed true. So it's like there's this, and then what would it be like to embody this? But also now we present that and people go, and then it's like, okay, and here are many things that you have had that make you not be able to access this. So let's start looking at those and changing those and going on an energetic journey to undo those things. And the end result is, well, the intermediate result, because the end result does not occur at the end of the book. That is just the beginning result that is occurring by the end of the book. And so until you're dead, there is no end result. And then after you're dead, there still is no end result. Well, anyway, I digress. But so the result is that you have presented the space of what is true, which is always an acknowledgement that lights you up and makes you lighter. And then also the looking at, as it relates to bodies and our points of view, and being a healer, which is one of the other big elements in there, which is body whispering, is to then, as you walk through this, it's like, oh, you start to undo things that you didn't even realize you had as points of view that were limiting your ability to be present with your body, limiting your ability to heal your body, limiting your ability to change your body, limiting your ability to enjoy your body, all from this is true. And now let's undo what's not by recognizing that doesn't make us nearly as light as this thing that actually is true.
Yeah.
That was a lot of words. Sorry. Tired
It was,
myself
but
out with that one. I need a Coke.
But do you know what, Dain? This is like, to me, this is like, for me personally, the bread and butter, one of the bread and butter tools of access, like light and heavy, knowing what's true and what's not true. It's like a compass that you can use with everything. And I think you spoke to it so brilliantly just now, talking about how we have these limitations and they are heavy. And so we think we have to deal with that problem and fix it, rather than recognizing that it's our point of view that we're limited, that is the actual thing that we can clear. And that's coming from a completely different place, especially in the world of bodies, where there is so much judgment, so much heaviness. And we believe that if something's heavy, it's because there's a problem to fix, rather than looking at it being like, oh, it's heavy because it's untrue.
Yeah.
Well said.
Boom. Very well said. And that also, we go through quite a bit of that, because you have to address, in order to create lasting change, you have to address it, at least on a foundational level, really, or the word just escaped my brain. but you have to address the lies that we have bought to a certain extent, because it's exactly that. When you make a lie true, you get very heavy, but you also can't change it because you've decided this thing is truth. Yeah. Like sugar causes cancer, and, I mean, it's like, well, actually your point of view causes cancer. So if sugar has the ability to, it's only your point of view that lets it do it, like, and these are some of the things that we talk about in the book. And it's also general enough. It uses specific examples of things, but it's general enough because it's not just, oh, I learned this and this and this in the book, and therefore I have this and this and this. No, rather than giving you a fish where you eat for a day, I wanted to teach you to fish. So you could feed yourself for the rest of your life, which is fundamentally changing how you interact with and look at the world through and with your body and what's actually possible and what you're capable of. And as part of that, there's quite a bit in there about being a healer, about not being the effect of this ability that most people don't realize they have, about realizing it's actually okay and appropriate and greater for you in the world for you to charge for what you do, because not only will people receive more and value it more, they'll then actually receive the change, and your world gets contributed to, and you can create more. There's a lot of aspects in this relatively thin book.
Yeah. Well, even with talking about, being a healer, one of the things that I love in that too is there's a line that says something like, hands up who is a body whisperer. And I think part of that being a healer is actually acknowledging how much we are whispering to bodies, hearing the bodies that are talking, communicating the whole time, whether it's other people or our own. And we just haven't had the tools to even know what it is that's going on or how to handle it.
Exactly that. Because most of us are actually body whisperers. And yet we live in a world in which it's a world of body shouters. It's like, people are trying to shout at their bodies and judgment to get them to change. And yet your body only gives you more of what you judge, which we also talk about in the book. And you start to realize that there's a space that occurs living in communion with your body that starts to make everything in your life more beautiful, but also more present. Like, rather than looking through cloudy lenses, you're actually looking and able to engage with and interact with directly what is, which is an amazing gift. And this idea of being a body whisperer is where you use or utilize and enjoy your body as a source of awareness that it is, and use it and enjoy it to give you information about the world, not suffer the information that you're getting from the world because you don't know what it is and it feels yuck, stuck, and what the fuck, And it does because you're so aware of where people are living in that. And your body tells you, and as you start to whisper more than shout, you start to be able to hear its whispers of communication with you. And that is where your body gets to be a big part of what it's here for, is part of your awareness of awareness unit of the world around you and how to navigate it. And so I was blown away at how much it changes to actually be connected to our bodies in this way, and to actually live from that, because it creates a space for living that is so dynamically spacious, different, beautiful, wonderful, joyful, contributory. And you're not alone. Yes, you have a thing with you, or you're with it, or you're together, however, where it's like, oh boy, hello. Like, wow. And I also have to say, we all, me included, have more of that and less of that at different times. But what occurs with this is you read the book, and even if you do one of those readings where you don't ask the questions, you don't put a lot of time, energy, and attention, or you go to do it and you're like, oh, I just don't get anything, I'm blank. You're still doing it. Okay.
Yeah.
You're still doing it. But what it gives you is a foundation from that point forward, or a platform from that point forward, where you will always return to more presence and more connection. And you start to also recognize that, like, I know a lot of people in the past few weeks have had a lot of body stuff going on. And a lot of them have read the Body Whispering book, and a lot of them are starting to read it again and finding, oh, it's changing this shit that I thought was not changeable, because it's addressing where they are now in the energetics of what they can receive, because our bodies were not designed to live in pain. Our bodies were not designed to suffer. They were designed to thrive, and they have been limited in many ways, all of which we can undo. And so, but we got to look from a different place if we're going to undo it, which is another part of the invitation in this book.
That is so the gift of the book, because you can be like in so much pain, and it's like when you're in pain, it's like, like, I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain. Could somebody help me? I'm in so much pain. And this book, just listening to, Dain reads the audiobook himself. So like just listening to that, reading the book, like even just lightly, as you were saying, it will start to undo. And then you're like, and then the way that the journey is articulated, just like it heals you as you go through it.
That, and I'm so glad you brought up the thing about this is me in pain. And what it brings up is one of the questions that I don't know if it's specifically this way in the book. It's sort of lightly talked about, but how much are you using the pain to avoid the awareness you don't want to be present with or don't believe you can handle? Because that's the big one. But also, one of the other things that's touched on in the book is that we do what is socially acceptable. In other words, if you have pain, you have a total reason and justification for checking out from people. Or if you're sick, or if you're tired, we use our bodies as a reason and justification. No, that's fine. But like, for example, I had a father who, I say I had a father like I had the chance for more than one. You can have as many mothers as you want, but usually you only get one father. Okay. So anyway, oh no, I guess you could only have one mother too. Okay. Yeah, I had step, but anyway, I had a father, and he would be in bed sometimes for a week at a time with migraines. And it was like everybody had to tiptoe around the house, and you could just feel this black cloud in their bedroom, and it would be like, shh, your dad has a migraine. I'm like, why are we, he has a migraine all the time. Like, what, why are we still modifying our lives for this, right? But he wanted to say F you to the world. He wanted to be able to have a socially justifiable reason to shut the door and let everybody know how wrong they are. And, okay, cool. Interesting choice. But so in looking at that and realizing this is how it works for pain for some people, perhaps many people, looking and realizing that's how it works for people many times, well, you can use that, because a lot of people that read the book are doing that in one way or another. And what I say is, look, you can use it if you know it, but pretend. Like, don't go really making your body hurt. Don't go really making your body sick. Don't go really making your body so tired you can't move. Just use the fact that it is socially acceptable that any body problem that's intense enough can get you out of almost anything. And that's funny because people hearing it now, like I've talked about this idea many times in the past, and you could just tell energetically, people were like, oh, oh my God, I can't believe, oh my, you're evil, you know,
How dare
whatever.
you?
And it's interesting to have people listen to it now and go, that's pretty smart, you know? And one of the other things I'm noticing is that a lot of things that I've said for 23 years that people looked at me like I had just grown 2 horns and a tail and was, you know, an alien from some evil planet. Now they're like, that makes so much sense. Thank you for saying this brilliance. Too bad you were never this brilliant before, but I'm so glad you've changed to be brilliant now. I'm like, okay, thank you very much, you know. But every new idea goes first through ridicule and then absolute hatred and fight against, and then it's accepted as truth and what always was. That's where we're starting to get with consciousness in many places. And happy birthday, Asma! Asma! Asma!
Aw, today's live is my birthday present. That's
Yay!
awesome.
That's wonderful.
Awesome. And somebody else had a body birthday, apparently, too, that I do not see. Yay!
That's awesome.
Happy body birthday! Yay!
Wow. Oh, that was a journey.
Yeah, I like that. See, that's the way the book is too. You read it, you're like, that's a journey. But it's in so many ways, it's such a gentle, beautiful journey.
Very much so.
It's just like it's like the Being You Changing the World book. It's like you read it, you just have more of you, but in this case, you have more of your body and your presence with it, which then gives you more of you. So
yep, it's like the book kind of holds you and cradles you while it helps unwind all this abuse and judgment.
Yeah. And I say again, our bodies they have been a receipt point for a huge amount of abuse and judgment. And the funny part is they don't care. They have not made it real and locked it in.
Wow.
It's like it's our points of view that stick us with that, and they can show us how to let it go. So what else is possible?
Exactly.
Well, thank you so much, Dain.
Thank you. And thank you both. This has been wonderful. And everybody, go get it.
Go get it, guys. And if it's not in your language, start knocking down the door, telling your friends, and let's get this book in every language, because I think that everybody deserves the opportunity to go through the journey that this book is. So how does it get better?
Thank you. Yeah, let's do this thing.
Yeah. And also, can we mention just quickly your body whispering classes? Because you actually facilitate body whispering as a 3-day class all over the world.
Yeah.
What a gift to have an immersion into the energy of the book, and to have these 3 days that will obviously trickle way out into your future, and have conversations in a place where people can talk to you, be with other people and really dive into body whispering. That's a gift. So do you want to, I just talked about it, but do you want to say anything else about it?
Well, it amazes me how much our bodies show us about where our beings are being limited and the possibilities beyond it.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's a body whispering class, and we change so many things with how we be with our bodies. Like we acknowledge this particular time and space together is like, well, imagine 3 days with people exploring this particular topic who have some access consciousness prereqs, like where, in other words, they're willing to go on a really beautiful level. And it's one of my favorite classes to facilitate. It's one of the greatest gifts of facilitating. And oh, I just got a note. The next one is in Paris, October 28th through the 30th.
Paris.
Paris, baby.
Oui, oui.
And you can also do it online. So, but it's like the book itself. I cannot describe in words, in a sentence or two, how dynamically transformative the space is that our bodies are able to invite us to be now. And now is the space for something way different. We know it, our bodies know it. And my sense is our bodies are actually stepping into the ability to have the power that they actually always could have had we not been getting in the way. So I'm truly looking forward to what else is possible, because it's an element of every element of magic and miraculousness we have relates to our bodies. So let's open that up.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, there's nothing better than being congruent and with your body, because that's where ecstasy, that's where consciousness can start to show up. It's the greatest invitation.
Yep. The greatest invitation nobody wants. It's awesome.
Well, it comes with a lot of power, so I can see why nobody wants it.
True story. Oh, thank you, ladies. This has been wonderful.
Thank you so much, Dain.
And I'm looking forward to listening to Miss Susanna next. So I'm just giving a little heads up that Miss Susanna's coming. She's wonderful.
She is.
Yeah. Thanks.
She is. Thank you so much, Dain.
Bye-bye.
Wow.
And I know. How does it get better than that? And
we're about to find out, Diva.
Exactly. We're still going. We have the amazing Susanna Mittermaier, who is on with us now. Hi, Susanna.
Hello, ladies.
Hello.
How are you?
Happy?
You can't be happy. You're
I know,
a
it's so wrong.
That makes no sense.
I know, it doesn't. In a world like this, how can you?
Exactly. Well, Susanna's coming on to talk about her incredible book, Pragmatic Psychology and Advanced Pragmatic Psychology. Practical tools to be crazy happy, which I just want to start off by saying, how can you be crazy happy if you're talking about psychology?
Right?
Do they live together in the same world? What is this? What inspired
now
this?
Do. Now they do. If you do dramatic, no. If you do pragmatic, yes. So it's like, we live in I'm sure you guys have noticed, like you guys listening, pretty insane world. And the question is like, how can you be happy in an insane world? Well, easy. It's really interesting how most of us haven't been taught that to be happy is actually a choice. No matter what your past has been, and this is something that, so normal to think that whatever has occurred in your past, whether it's ages ago, like decades ago, or just 10 seconds ago, seemingly being something that can weigh you down, rather than knowing, okay, whatever occurred in my past, however long ago it is, or however short ago it is something that doesn't have to weigh me down. It's something that I can use as a possibility, as a jumping board, as a resource to jump into something I'd actually like to create. And that's the pragmatic perspective rather than the dramatic perspective, which tells you you don't have choice. You cannot be happy unless you have a reason to be happy and a justification to be happy. But the pragmatic approach is like, hey, do what works, even if you seem wrong in other people's eyes, even if you seem crazy in other people's eyes, because, what I've seen with so many people, including myself, is like, what if that crazy, or the thing you call crazy, is actually what the world requires to move forward more than ever? And it's like Dain said before, it's like, it's more than ever something that's possible to be part of people's worlds, to actually let sink in that whatever they think is crazy about them is actually could be a resource if they allow it to be. Julia, you wanted to say something.
I just wanted to say, I love the way that you are distinguishing between pragmatic and dramatic. Because, you know, I know I'm a drama queen, born and raised, I wear the crown. And I really use that drama to destroy myself, to hurt others, and to really make my life not work out. And when I started to get more pragmatic, it's like things really started to get happier and lighter, and things in my life just started to work. So I just wanted to kind of ask you a little bit more about that amazing distinction between the two.
But if you are a drama queen, what if you enjoy it?
Yes, that was the next thing that I wanted to talk about. You're psychic.
Right.
You're so
it's
psychic.
Like, when people hear something, okay, I should not, new rules. To be conscious, I'm not supposed to be dramatic. I'm supposed to be pragmatic. That's not like, that's just another, let's judge some more. Let's be some more dramatic. No, it's actually, when you have a fun time being a telenovela on legs, do it, go for it, but then really like enjoy yourself. And the only thing that is limiting is the judgment of whatever you're choosing to do or create your life as. Like, it's only you going, I should do something else. I should be more this. I should be more that. I should be less of this or that. That's the only thing that, weighs you down or puts you into limitations or reactions. When you go, you know what, it's a telenovela day today. Let's break, and you just enjoy it. That's also pragmatic, Now that might not make sense to your brain. Like, she said this. No, it's like, if you do what works for you, you're being pragmatic. And if you're having a drama telenovela moment, go for it, enjoy it. And if that works for you, fine. That's not like, it's like, that's not something that will destroy your life. Whatever you enjoy is not destroying your life.
Can I bring up an example of this? Because this is, so I was doing drama in my marriage. Drama. Fighting. And Gary, who we saw a few episodes ago, if you guys are just hopping on, said, well, why don't you join a community theater? And I was like, why do I need to join a community theater? But I know enough to listen when he says something. So I joined a community theater, and I got to do all the drama and dramatics and working with kids and being on the stage and drama. And I started to displace the drama from my marriage into drama and community theater. So that was pragmatic psychology. I still got to be the drama queen, but I moved directions of the drama.
I love it. That's so brilliant. Absolutely. Great way to do it.
Yeah.
And I think the thing that's fascinating to me as well about, this topic, but just generally what the book really covers is this sense of you don't need to fight yourself anymore. Like, you don't need to fight. It's like, if you enjoy the drama, enjoy it and acknowledge that you enjoy it, and that's okay. And if you are going to be brilliant like Julia, then actually put it in another direction where it's fun and you can really enjoy it. And to me, that's not something that I ever would have thought psychology was about. I thought it was about fighting my own mind to twist it and turn it into something that it isn't.
Exactly. But that's traditional psychology is still a lot about, how do I behave? How should I walk, talk, and chew gum? Basically, what's the right way of doing everything? According to whoever made up those rules, I don't know who that person is. Probably many, very ruly people. But it's like, it's very interesting that is what psychology became, because that's not what it was in the beginning. Like, from the beginning, it was like, okay, what do you know? What are you aware of? Like, what capacities do you have? And then later, psychology was twisted into this okay, let's all, not be different. Let's all be the same. And this is a right behavior. That's a wrong behavior. That's a normal way of being. That's an insane way of being, So what else is possible if it's not about that? And if it's about empowering, what if psychology now again could be about, hey, what do you know? What are you aware of? How would you like to create your life? Rather than, giving people oftentimes unspoken rules about what's a right life, what's a good life, what's a wrong life. Like there's so many unspoken things we're supposed to have on our checklist. It's that you have to have a relationship, job, this and that, like almost like there's a point system. Like, okay, I have a relationship, okay, 10 points. I have a dog, a cat, okay, that's 10 points. Dog, 10 points. It's like, what's like really, really like strange world we live in. But what if we move into a question of, hey, how would you like to walk and talk? What's your way of creating your life? And that's something that I love about this work. It's what is true for you? If all of us would have more clarity on what's true for us individually, nothing and no one could ever stop you, because you would not doubt yourself. You wouldn't second guess yourself. You would just have total clarity in, okay, what opens up my world? What makes me feel lighter? And that's something we all can practice, especially now with everything being so crazy around us. It's so easy to just go and, dive into insanity because everybody else is doing it. Oh, I'm supposed to worry about my future. I'm supposed to save money. I'm supposed to this. Okay, that's what other people do. But then there's no question in, okay, that's what other people do. What's true for me? What now am I aware of, and what future am I aware of? What's actually required right now to do, to be, to create where I would like to go, even if no one else is going there, even if I'm the only one going there. And that's something I'm practicing. That's something that I'm inviting people to practice more than ever, because you're going to have a power. You're going to have an unstoppable power when you know what's true for you. And it's not promoted right now. I mean, if you go on any social media thing, there's like these underlying things that tell you this is how you're supposed to pose and look. I mean, it's so funny. We were at the beach yesterday, and it's like everybody's like posing, like
Can you
not
do
even
that again?
emotional anymore. Like there's like everything is looking through a lens, and
Yeah.
and let me just do a video and let me post it so other people can enjoy my life that I'm not even enjoying myself. It's like it's such a strange world. But if you do posting, but also go, hey, in these 10 seconds right now, how would I sit? How would I, move? How would I listen? What would I hear if I choose what's true for me? And if you start like to go down that road and be more present with yourself every moment, every step of the way, you're going to have a whole new world opening up, like a whole new level of being and also receiving. Like the universe can actually talk to you. The universe can talk to you and tell you, hey, maybe go there or talk to this person. You ask for more money. Okay, cool. So, you feel a slight pull over to that person and you talk to them and they show you a new possibility or whatever. You get a new idea. But that's like if you make a new choice of, even if you have no idea right now what I'm talking about, you go, what? I know what my feet is saying. I don't know what I want. Start asking for it. Start like, what is true for me? If I would live my life the way it works for me, my pragmatic life, what would I choose right now? And then go from there and watch your life getting miraculous.
Wow. Like, Susanna, you are somebody who walks your talk big time. Like every time I see you, you're creating, you're moving forward, you get more of you, happier. So are you asking these questions? Like what questions you're asking? What's true for me? What is my pragmatic reality? Like, how did you really start to I mean, maybe you've always been this way, but like, how did you start to really choose and create your life and be really different than the people around you?
I think a big part of it is like the book title, Practical Tools to Being Crazy Happy. Like the happy part, like it's for me more a how do you say in English? Prioritization? No, that's not a word. Like prioritizing.
Yeah. Prioritization. I don't even know if that is a word. A priority. You could just say it's more a priority.
Yeah. So just like having, if you imagine you have a GPS, and you put like happiness in there, or joy, or ease, you know, and that's basically what's in my GPS. And then anything that's in that direction of ease and joy and glory and, you know, space, anything that has that feel to it, I go for. And then it's not about being perfect. Thank God, you know. I tried that. Not working, not fun, not leading to that GPS destination. So it's not like about finding proof that you're in the right direction. I have to be happy all the time.
No.
That's just another set of judgments. It's like, even if there are like moments of something contracting my world, and my partner who lives with me, he knows that, it's like, I don't settle with this. I'm like this. I like myself too much to stay with anything that's not that space and ease. So it's like let's go for whatever is ease. So when there's something contracting in my world, something that bothers me, that seems to bother me, and that seems to be about me, and I'm taking it personal, I go and stop. Okay, stop, you know? And I did this even when I worked in psychiatry as a psychologist, and I was writing the book, the Pragmatic Psychology book, and I was just starting to open up my world to more awareness. And I would be around, you know, people who had all kinds of diagnoses, and I would feel their world, and I always thought it was mine, you know? So I tried keep by myself and shut down away from the world, so I could like have me and find me again. So I would love to be alone. I would be in the woods. I would not be with other people a lot. When I grew up, I was like, with so much information, and I didn't know it wasn't mine. You know, I didn't have that tool that we have now in Access. Who does this belong to? So my coping strategy was to, you know, shut down from the world. But when I learned that thing but like the most things that bother me are actually not mine, it's awareness, everything changed. And that's where I started to realize I can be around people and I can be happy. My only choice is not to shut down. It's actually to open up and to receive more. And whenever something is contracting, I make a timeout. And when I had a job that I was employed in psychiatry, I would go to the toilet. You know, I would go to the toilet and say, okay. And people would think I had diarrhea because I, you know, went to the toilet so much in the beginning, because I was just learning to be and have space being around people. And then I would just go, okay, now, everything that's not mine, let it go. What's my reality? And I would just be like, connect with my body again. And I would ask, how much space can I be? Like, how much can I just reach out, and how much space can I be to have total ease with whatever is going on right now? And I would just ask questions and questions. And then I would go out of the toilet, and I had space and ease for 5 minutes. And I would go, contract again. I went to the toilet again, asked some questions, used some of the tools that are in the books, in the Access books, had space for 10 minutes, went to the toilet again, used the tools, had space for 20 minutes. And this like went on ping pong here and there. And after like, I don't know how long, I could be that space like a day, days, weeks. And then the moments of contraction, it just went shorter. But it's not like you just read a book or do a class and bam, it's all like perfecto amore. It's really working on it. It's really using the tools. And I haven't been so diligent in school with my schoolwork, but with these consciousness tools, I am like on it all the time. So it's not just like, oh, she's just happy all the time. Yes, she is, but she's also choosing to be it and working on it and using the tools. And then, but it's not work. It's like, it makes so much sense that it doesn't feel like work. You're like, why would I bother with heaviness when I can go for ease? Yeah. Pretty easy choice.
And you talk a lot too, Susanna, in the book about, how change can be easy and fast, which is, I think what you're speaking to here as well, because so often we think that if you've had difficulty in a particular area for 20 years, you're going to have to peel the layers off the onion for another 10 years in therapy. And one of the things that you said that I pulled out is you are not your problems, your thoughts, or your feelings. You are so much more. And you do not have to understand why you have problems or what causes them. Would you speak a little bit to that? Because as Julia said, like you being somebody that does really walk your talk, it's very obvious that you are not trying to figure out why you have your problems, but you're making a different choice. Could you just talk us through that a little bit?
That's a really, 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 really great question, because like all of us growing up in this world, what have you learned? If you think about it, if you think about the problem, if you think about a difficulty, that's the way to change it. If you understand it, that's the way to change it. Well, is it? And if you look at the situations, like all of you guys listening, if you look at the situations where like, oh, this and this person said this to me, why did they do this? You're just going into the dramatic mode again. If you try to fix a situation and go, why is it like this? What did I do wrong? What should I have done different? Or you had a conversation and go, oh, I should have said, why did I say this? I should have said this. Like, notice like that strategy is not wrong. Question is, does it really give you more space? Because after, like, if you just get the energy after all of these attempts, all of these strategies, what's your space? Are you like, okay, I understand it now. Oh, it's all different. Or like, oh, okay, I think I understand it. I kind of like have a cognitive conceptualization about it. And I can categorize this emotion, this feeling, and the thought. But then I'm still like a raisin, I'm still like, I'm still like contracted. It's not like, oh yeah, like that, the space, the ease and the joy and the thriving of it, which is actually where we want to go. Like, if you look at it, what's the purpose of even like want to change something from contracted to something else? To understand it, to have a better conceptualizing whatever of it, or to have a different way of being, a different way of walking through the world, where something comes into your life, something that you didn't expect, somebody said something, or a situation showed up that you didn't expect, you were hoping it would not show up, but then it showed up. And then you go, okay, rather than understanding it and making it logical, you go, okay, cool. What choice do I have now? What if I, rather than, the thing is, if you try to fix it, you actually keep it away from you. Anything you try to handle or fix, you actually avoid it. That's like the misunderstanding with understanding and fixing and handling. It's like, if you get the energy of, I try to fix something or handle something, are you receiving it? Or are you just like, okay, handle it over there? Gone, be gone. That's avoiding. That's like trying to brush it away. But anything you try to avoid and brush away, you actually like, look what point of view you have. Do you have the point of view I'm powerful, or do you have the point of view this is more powerful than me, and my only choice is to brush it away? If you instead receive it, even if it's something yucky, something you wouldn't like, if you lower your barriers, and go, okay, what gift is this to me? I don't see it right now because I judge this negative, but I don't even have to go from negative to positive, because that's even cognitive stuff. If I, however yucky it seems, if I just like embrace it, if I just lower my barriers, allow myself to be vulnerable and just let it go through me, allow myself to receive it, how, like, what gift can this be to me? And I have an example. So years ago, that was many years ago when I worked in psychiatry. One of my jobs was to do neuropsychological testings, which means the doctor says, can you check if this person has this and this diagnosis? And then my job was to do like all these tests, these psychological tests. And then afterwards, write a, like, do the evaluation, and then write a little report on the, summary on the the test results and the diagnose and, recommendations of what they can do. And so I had this, like, all these wonderful, crazy people, doing tests and so creative answers. I love it, but it didn't get any points, So I had this person, they had a not so fascinating IQ result on their test, but they were really creative. They're really fun answers that didn't give them any points. And so in my evaluation, I was writing about, their creativity, because they had really creative answers. They didn't get points, but that is also valuable in life, right? So I wrote about this. I was a fairly new psychologist. And then one of my colleagues, she came into my room, and she said, how can you write this? You have to tell them that they have to face their weaknesses and then try to deal with them, and you write about their capacities, and that's so wrong. And I'm like, well, my first response was like, I wanted to fight, and then I went, okay, in a split of a second, what's that going to create? Okay, no, not really. So what else? What choice do I have? Lower my barriers. What if I receive her anger? What if I just let that go through me? And I stood there, and it was the first time I did that in my whole life. I just stood there, lowered my barriers. I let her anger go through me, and I went, wow, this is like an energy shower. This person just gives me so much energy. I'm like vibrating, come on, bring it on. Like, what else? What else do you want? I didn't say that out loud. I'm just like, had the, way of being, just bring it on. And then she didn't, like, she was very confused by that. She expected a different reaction. And she just turned around, left, and this was never talked about. And this is for the first time when I realized nothing can hurt you unless you have the point of view that it does. Nothing can really weigh you down unless you think it does. If you receive it, if you just like allow everything that shows up to be a gift, if you receive it as a possibility, then it can contribute to you creating a different future. And that's one element for me of being pragmatic, the practicing of receiving everything, especially the things that you think are horrible, and receiving them. And they always show you something, they show you an awareness of what you're not, like how different you are, what's true for you, what works for you, what doesn't work for you. And it definitely opens up your world every time you receive more.
I love that story. Wow. Wow. Like, nobody can do anything to you. Nobody has any control over you, only your choice to react.
Yeah. And now, like, it's such a wonderful, like, right now, so many of us are realizing, wow, what if reaction is not my only way to go through life anymore?
Yeah.
Like, what if there's a different way of, what if I can be so crazy happy, so different, that I can have ease when other people think they need to react? New reality.
That's so awesome. Snekhant says, I'm loving what's coming up in this space. You answered her questions. Thank you for sharing this example, Susanna. Very inspiring. People are really grateful for your story. So thank you so much. That's awesome.
You're welcome.
Is there anything else, Susanna, that you would want to share about this book? Anything that, people who are looking at it that may, because for some people, they may think this definitely applies to me. For other people, they might think psychology, like where is that relevant to me? What would you say?
Well, these tools, the book it's funny because so many people read it, not people who have, there's actually less people who do psychology who read it, and more people are just like, how can I have a more easy life? How can I be more of the crazy difference that I be and not hold myself back anymore? And there's like parents, teachers, like my hairdresser, she reads it. There's like so many like people are just like, I want to have a new way of navigating through life. Like, how can I make things work for me in all areas of my life? And then also, of course, people who are practitioners of any kind who use the tools in their work. Yeah.
So awesome.
Wonderful.
And
Thank you
you
so much.
also wrote the Advanced Pragmatic Psychology, which is one of my favorite books because there's really crazy stories in here and really crazy tools in here. So I just wanted to mention this book too. We didn't have, I mean, I think we talked about pragmatic psychology as a whole, but you and Gary co-wrote this book together, and it is a great gift. So I just wanted to mention that it is a possibility out there. It's kind of every story and every topic, from tears and hysteria is one topic to, you know, being a stepdad, to all kinds of things. The topics are amazing. So I really just
parenting, pragmatic business, like, you know, even marketing. It's like really all over the place.
It is all over the place, which is what I love about it. That's right. It's all over. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Susanna. Oh, I love these tools. And it's just like, what a gift that, like, I really like what you said. Like, you're like, I like myself, so I take care of myself. So I use the Access tools. I do the things that are going to make sure that I'm not stuck. And I think that each of us can really take that and run with it and go, you know, I matter to myself. So what tool can I use? How can I be facilitated? What questions can I ask right now to actually change this so that I can continue to be me? So
Absolutely.
I love it.
Thank you so much.
Thank
and
you.
as a quick reminder, oh, please. I'm just getting very excited. I was going to say, as a quick reminder for anybody watching, you can find all of these books on accessconsciousness.com. So please go and check it out. Thank you again, Susanna.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mwah.
Mwah. Oh my gosh, the amazing world of pragmatic psychology. And now we get to talk with the wonderful Katarina Wallentin, which Dain said your name the other day, and I think he pronounced it the most correctly I've ever heard it pronounced. How do you say your last name, Kat?
Wallentin.
Wallentin, that's what he said. It sounded very elegant, so I wanted to hear it again.
Welcome.
It's always good to have different pronunciations. Then you can be many different people.
Get my American Canadian twang on it. Yeah. Oh man. Well, welcome. How are you?
Wonderful. And I feel like I'm the most colorful element right now on here. And we're going to talk about the most colorful book. So it's very appropriate.
Yes.
That's so awesome. So today, Katarina is going to talk about Being You is the Very Greatest Adventure, a book which she has led, been the mama of, and also co-authored. That is about being you and changing the world. So welcome. And who came up with the idea for this book, and how did you get this all started?
Well, I think it's funny because you were asking me what book do I want to talk about. And I've been on here and I've talked about children's books before. And I wanted to talk about this book because it created so many different things simultaneously, because a book is so many things. It's words coming together to create a whole new world. And it's coming together for everyone writing the book, editing the book, reading the book. And in every of those moments, something new is created, like the meeting between the person's story coming into words and then being read by someone else. So this particular story was, it was a co-created project between a whole group of Being You facilitators. And we wanted to look at how being you touch every part of your life. And that's really what the book is about. And at the same time, it's one of the sneakiest, most subtle ways of actually introducing the tools and introducing this whole way of looking at the world through the eyes of the magical, the miraculous that occurs when you're willing to be you.
Right. It's like the coffee table book
Yeah.
that makes you question your life, burst into tears, have 1,000 different emotions, and then leave being different.
It's interesting because the two, so I worked as an editor on this book, and I worked as like you say, project leader, getting all the stories in from everyone. And I also wrote 2 of the stories in the book. And those 2 stories, one is about my mother's death, like how I was by her deathbed when she died. And the other one is about my daughter and how you communicate with kids. And that's both 2 very different parts of your life that is part of living. It's part of how we navigate our whole walk through the world using these tools, using the tools of access consciousness. And at the same time, maybe not specifically, they kind of go another direction in, like they talk about it from another way. And I remember having this on my coffee table, like you were saying, and my sister-in-law was staying at my house, and when she left, the book disappeared. It was wonderful. I came home and the book was gone, and she texted me after and said, "Hey, by the way, I took that book with me. I can return it if you like." And I'm like, no, it's yours. It's your book. And it was so many times I've had other books laying around, but they were nearly too much for her. She wouldn't really pick those books up. But this book, in its little sneaky, soft way, she could actually receive. So I've been looking a lot at that, like when we tell our story, but we tell our story in that way of, what magic did it create? What miracles did it create? How did it actually change the way I look at the world? And then that story meets somebody who can suddenly, like you say, receive, oh, maybe I could choose something different. Maybe I could look at my life in a different way.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's such a different approach to the topic of being you, because, I think it's interesting, the image that we have of ourselves or the identity that we create for ourselves. So it might be easy to just say, well, I am being me all the time. I'm being sometimes happy, sometimes sad, like limited, whatever. This is me. But could you talk a little bit more about what you mean and what the facilitators in the book are talking about when you do talk about being you and what that truly is?
That's such a good question, because a lot of times in the book, if you read it, you'll notice that the times when people find that they're being them is the times when they're willing to choose something different, when they're not going along with the program that they're supposed to choose in life. So there are at least 2 examples where somebody talks about when they were choosing what they're going to become in life, what are they going to study, what profession they're going to choose. And they're choosing something that their family doesn't approve of, or that doesn't fit into their culture, because everybody in this book comes from all kinds of different cultures. There's stories from China, there's stories from India, there's stories from the US, there's stories from Europe, but all of the stories, we all grow up in this kind of like a reality that's like a box. And if you choose outside the box, then you're suddenly breaking against everything that everybody else holds dear around you. And for so many people in this book, that is the moment when they find out what's true for them. They come to this point in their life and they're like, okay, I actually have to choose something here that works for me, that leads me in the direction that I know is true for me. And in that moment, the magic that occurs is that it doesn't only change for you. When you choose something that is true for you, that actually works for the path you're walking in life, everything else changes. Everything around you changes. And people around you change as well, because we're so connected with other people that when we're willing to be us and choose what's true for us, it actually creates so much more for everyone else around us as well. And they get to awareness of what's true for them in that moment. So there's this ripple effect that occurs in the moments when you're choosing what's true for you.
So true. That is so true. It's like Gary Douglas says, you choose consciousness, you get the change, and everybody else around you gets the change, but you're the one who had to do all the work.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so true. It's such a gift. I mean, it really shows us just how much power and potency we have to just our energy and our choices. It really does change the world, the choices that we make.
And it reminds me of this. So if you look at this book, one of the things that I find so beautiful is that the stories aren't, they're in some way very normal. Like
Yeah.
they're everyday life stories. And it's not always somebody who, like, first they were very bad at basketball and then suddenly they trained for a long time and then they won the big basketball game, you know. That's not always what it's about. It is little choices that are huge. It's not something that we may consider revolutionary, and yet it is. And that's what I find so inspiring reading these. When I got all these stories from everyone and they sent them in and I read through them, it is, you do get all teary, and you get teary because they're real. They're congruent with the people. This is what we get so touched by in life. We get touched by when somebody is actually being them in totality and tell you something that's congruent with what they experience and what they choose and where they would like to go in life. So I think the magic comes in when you read this book. You will recognize not necessarily the exact story, but you will recognize the congruent energy of choosing being you in life. And that hopefully then can also inspire people to see in how many layers and situations that's possible.
Yeah, exactly. And it's, there's certain books that I've read, this book and other access books, even other books maybe in other genres too sometimes. But when somebody, especially with the access books, when somebody just sits down and tells their story honestly and talks about how life is for them and how the world looks to them, and what they've chosen and what they've changed, and it's just listening to the truth. Yeah, like you're saying, like the congruency and the honesty, and just, it's like their being through the book is giving its gift to you, itself to you. And it's just the most riveting, like healing. You want to keep turning the page because you just want more of that energy. It's just one of the greatest gifts that you can give somebody is to just be really truly tell your story and in this inspirational way. I just love reading it. It's so engrossing.
And maybe it's because we want more of that in the world, and we know it's possible. Like we want more of it in the world, and we know it's there, and we know it's in the people we meet. So when we hear about it, it's actually, we're meeting something that's already true for us, and we recognize it, and we go, yes, people do have this choice. People do choose this. And I also find that writing it down is very helpful for people. It's very helpful to get asked, what is the moment you knew you were being you? And then sitting down, putting it on paper, and basically get the words to describe that particular moment when you knew, because then you know forever that that's what actually occurred. So there's something in that actual process of writing it down. And I think in the end, we also have a few pages where you can write your own story down. And it's not necessarily because we think everybody's going to do it. It is more an invitation for people to really look at what is some of the moments in your life when you knew you were choosing for you and you were choosing to be you in totality.
Oh, that's so awesome. You're like the being you whisperer. You're like, because for those of you who don't know, Katarina also was a major contributor to Being You Changing the World and Body Whispering. And so I just, God, like, how like in your brain and in your universe. How do you take these amazing pieces and articulations and put them together in this way that like takes people on this journey that like heals them so deeply? Like, how does that happen, Katarina?
You know what? I think it happens because I have no idea who to be me. I do much more now, but when I started Access, I really did not know how to be me. And I always were in, like, I was very, I mean, outwards, it probably looked like that. You know, we all find strategies and ways to seem like we're together and have us. But I've always been very interested. What is it really like? Like, who am I really? And what is it? What's the essence of people and life and living? So I would say that it's an exploration that I'm on. So I am so curious. And I find that by using the Access tools for nearly 15 years now, I have so much more of me. And simultaneously, I am so aware that there's so much more possible for all of us to be us. And when we work together like we do a lot, we can also see, we can see how there's like a deepening into being. There's a never infinite deepening. It never really ends. So that particular journey into the amazingness, the phenomenalness of being is so exciting to me. And it always has been, like from when I was a kid. And it's funny because I'm not necessarily that interested in accomplishments or successes of people. I am interested in that congruency, that moment when they choose to be them in a way they've never been able to choose before. So I think it's my own curiosity of being that makes me so curious that I can basically take that seeking and put it into book forms of different kinds.
Oh my gosh, that was a great answer. That gives me, and I'm sure everybody else listening, and Diva, it makes me realize that that's even an interest that's available. You know what I mean? Like, who knew? Some people like arranging flowers. Some people are into motor racing, and like that's an interest. Like finding out about being you.
Well, and one of the things about being you that becomes clearer and clearer is an energetic journey. Like being you isn't about defining you and finding out exactly what things you are interested in or good at. Being you is about a continuously changing energy of who we choose to be in every 10 seconds. So it is also one of the few things that I don't get bored of. I get bored easily. I'll explore so many things in life and try so many different kinds of creation and kinds of co-creations with different people and different businesses. And this particular journey of the energy of being, it never bores me because that universe is it's actually universes is so ever shifting and changing. And that's really when it gets even more exciting is in this book and in other books that we have about being you. It's about when you start exploring the energy of you. Who are you energetically? Who could you choose to be? And how does your energy shift and change when you start using the Access tools and actually kind of shave off all the things you put on top of your energy to keep it still in that box? And that's when it gets really exciting, because then you start to realize that is like a wave of something that keeps shifting, like an acoustic wave of being. So that part is also somehow possible to put in an anthology like this, because it comes in there again as a vibration through the stories, the energy of being. So that's it. By putting it there in such a subtle way, it can seep into people who may have never heard of Access or being you before. So I recommend it to, if you're listening to this and you want to have a gift to give to your mother or father or sister-in-law, it's a great gift because it's such a sneaky way to introduce the tools.
And Kat, was there something that you maybe discovered or learned that you weren't expecting when you put this book together and when you suddenly had all of these different, waves and stories come in? What did that create for you personally? Because I know it's quite a project to put a book like this together. And I know it's also a huge contribution.
Well, I love that question. I think the biggest gift was how everyone has a story, how everyone has a story and how different they are. And it amazed me, the people that I wouldn't have thought, like the stories weren't always what I expected. The stories were more different, more amazing, and often from a whole different angle than I would have thought this particular person. So I learned a lot about my own judgments that I still put on people. Like I see this person this way, so I would have expected this story to come out of this person, but instead a completely different story come out, different in a whole different way, and showed me this new part or energies universe of that person. So it shifted, I think it shifted the way I perceive people and I perceive their stories, and it allowed me to let go of some of those judgments I had about those people, but also, and I don't mean they were bad judgment, I just meant I had put them in a box, like I had defined them in a certain way that I wasn't aware of. And once I started reading their stories, I'm like, wow, I had no idea this would come from you, or this is how you view the world, or this is what you would say is the key point of being you. So that also then led to, now I can perceive that from everyone in a way, because it shifted the whole perspective of what people's stories are and how they can look like. And it's amazing, like there's this I don't know who said this, but if you're in an elevator with somebody and you get stuck in an elevator with somebody and you sit there for 7 hours, you will become best friends. And just by default, because you have to actually start experiencing that. Then you may not like each other when you get out again, but during those 7 hours, you are so together, and there's always something in somebody. I would say 90% of the people then, but 95% of the people. But everybody has a story. Everybody has something if you're willing to listen and if you're willing to ask. And that's also that part of, I guess, what this book shows us, that what if we were willing to be interested in other people and not spend so much time trying to be interesting to other people? What would life be like? What could we learn? What magic could we experience just by asking and being willing to listen?
Yeah. I think it's fascinating what you're saying too about being willing to listen, because I think so often, or at least what I in the past have thought of being you is like, I'll be more of myself, I'll be more of this, I'll be more happy, more receiving, more of the good stuff. But actually, when you take a moment to listen, like you're mentioning, to what's true for you, it also becomes so much easier to listen to what is really going on for other people and see them in a different way and receive them differently too.
Yeah, and it's funny that we think that it's when we feel better that we're being us. It's because that again is us trying to be something. Like there's like this there's a judgment of when I feel good and happy, then I'm being me. But when I feel crappy, and then I'm not being me. But what if sometimes the crappy is the uncomfortable phase where we're changing into something that we're not used to being? So what if that is really also a big part of us being us, the willingness to go through the uncomfort, getting out of that box, that all the things that we had piled upon ourselves that is not us, and then actually moving into this new universe. And that, so if we then dismiss that as not being us, then again, we created a new box, a happy box. Here we are, happy always. And we can learn that, I get, from listening to other people, like really listening to by asking that question, okay, so was there a moment when you knew you were being you? And if that moment then comes up, okay, it was the moment when I was willing to tell my parents that I didn't want to become, I think it was like a lawyer or something in the book, and I instead wanted to become something else, and I went for that. That's when I knew I was being me. But that was very uncomfortable. And you're literally choosing something that it may take years for things to change after you choose something like that. So it's a little simplified, but you know what I mean? Like that, what if the box is not, like the happy box is not where we're aiming? What if the journey is when we're being us?
Yeah. What would you say too about, like how would you notice when you're not being you? And, not to kind of put like a downer on this, but, it's so joyful and it has so many possibilities. And at the same time, every day isn't like that necessarily. So what do you do in those days? And how do you know when you're not being you?
Well, it's funny. What if we're always being us in a way? Like, what if we're always in some way being us? And what if those days are really about when we don't have access to either the joy of us or the lightness of us or the ease of us? Like but we're still being us, but we're being us in the uncomfortable us, or we're being the awkward us, which I through my life have been so many times. I feel so awkward. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to be with people. And I'm realizing that that's like still me. That's like the awkward me. Yeah. But then keep asking for, okay, I would like to have more ease with being awkward. I would like to have more ease in my life in general. But again, it's a part of the journey, because I used to, we lost Eva. I used to have a lot of, every time I felt cranky, I thought something was wrong and I had to fix it. And what if it's instead this continuous exploration of what else can I choose? What else can I create? What else can I be? And when you look at it energetically, so there's so many universes of energy available, and we have access to like this much still. So since we're moving here and there's this much available, that is really the journey. So we're still like being us in this tiny, tiny box compared to what's available. So I would say for me, when I go with that space, when I'm like uncomfortable, okay, so what if, how much ease can I have with being cranky? And it doesn't mean I get happy. I agree with you. There are days that are just crammy and not happy and uncomfortable. And I get that those days we're still us. We're just the uncomfortable us. The deepening, though, is like when we get access to more of us. And that's what's exciting, when we continuously get access to more of us. So we don't really lose us. We just get more of us on the journey. In my point of view, that's how I've been starting to see it after many, many years of exploring this. That it's like a journey where you get access to pieces and universes and spaces of you that you didn't even know are part of you.
Yeah. That's so wonderful. So thank you so much, Kat.
Can I show the book? Because it's so
Please. Please. And even inside, it's quite different too. It really is such like a pleasure, to leaf through or to really sit down and read if you've got the time.
Yeah, it's really meant to be one of those where you can kind of open it and get a sense of an energy, of a story, of a person. And it's a lot of colors, like you say, and different patterns and photographs. So it's also actually available as an ebook nowadays. So, and it's available in several languages. So if anybody on here are curious, go and check it out, because it exists in several languages and as an ebook, so you can sit and look at it on your iPad if you would like.
Exactly.
Great. Oh, I just feel like I'm curled up by the fire just listening to you talk about these wonderful energies. I'm like, I don't want it to end. Oh, thank you so much, Katarina.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's wonderful.
What a gift. Wow. Oh, I'm excited. Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And how does it get better? And thank you to everybody out there listening. We are halfway through this amazing event. Bye,
We are
Katarina.
indeed. And we're having a little bit of a technical adventure ourselves at the moment. So we are actually going to go shortly to Simone Milasas' book, which is incredible. It is wonderful. I'm excited for you guys to hear about it. It's one of the books that I have read over and over and over. So that will be coming up next very, very shortly. Is there anything else that you would say, Julia?
I'm just filled. My heart is filled with just all of this magic. I'm just so grateful that you know, just that we have these Access Consciousness books, and this event, and just doing this with you, and for all those of you out there watching this, it's just, I think that we can all say, like, it's just so enriching and gives us such a greater idea of the beauty and what's really possible with the Access books.
It's so true.
Yeah.
It's so true. How does it get better than that? So we hope that you enjoy this next one that's coming up. It is a pre-record that was done with Simone, you know, due to all these incredible authors and facilitators having very dynamic travel schedules. So we hope that you enjoy.
Awesome. Here we go. Welcome, everyone. Our next guest is the wonderful Simone Milasas, and today we're going to be talking about her hit book, which I have many earmarks on because I want to talk about.
That's awesome.
Getting out of debt joyfully. And I before we get started, I want to mention that this book is translated into a lot of languages. So I wanted to list it so those of you who are listening with translation know that you can get this book probably in your language, because there's a lot of languages. So we have it in French, German, Hungarian, Italian, Japanese, Polish, Portuguese, Russian, Slovenian, Spanish, and Turkish. So very cool stuff. Yeah.
I always forget how many languages it's in. And what we're also working on is a lot of the audio. So the book is in those languages, and now we've been releasing a lot of the audio in those languages as well. So.
Oh, that's great. Oh, that's wonderful. Awesome.
Yeah.
So check out those audiobooks. All right. So Simone, this book is super cool. It's really, I really like it because it's a workbook, and I like doing workbooks, and I like going through things and being really methodical. So can you just tell me about like what you wanted to create for people, and you know, for people who are new to Access Consciousness and new to you, you know, how did you really use the tools of Access Consciousness to transform your money situation?
Okay, so I guess a quick story is when I came across Access Consciousness, you know, it was just like, oh my goodness, it's like Gary and Dain are talking about everything that I want to create in the world, except they had this very quick way of doing it based on the processes and questions and tools. So I very quickly embraced Access and started using the tools, and my life started changing. I was waking up happier. Like, I mean, at one stage in my life, I was waking up crying like nearly every day. I thought that was normal, you know? Yeah. And then, so my life started changing. And here's the funny thing about the money stuff is I resisted using the tools with money. And one of the first classes that I ever organized for Gary and Dain coming out to Australia was in the Gold Coast. And it was called Money Isn't the Problem, You Are. And they have a book on that too. Money is not the problem, you are. And that was a 2-day seminar that we did in Australia. I organized the whole thing, etc. And Julia, I'm sitting in the audience and I can, they start talking about money tools, etc. And I'm sitting there and I can hear in my head, oh, here we go again, blah, 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 these money tools, And one of them specifically is the honor account, the 10% tool, which maybe I can talk about in a second. And hearing these tools again and sitting there and I'm in my head, I'm like, these don't work. And I was like, hang on a second. And I knew that my financial reality was not great. I didn't know exactly how in debt I was, but I knew it wasn't great. I was doing that very typical, how do I avoid this and not look at it? I would open my mail and I'd have it all sitting there, but I just wouldn't pay the bills and I wouldn't address a lot of things. I definitely thought it would go away if I avoided it. Mm-hmm. Breaking news, it doesn't. And so I'm sitting in this seminar and I went, this is crazy. Every single access tool I've used has worked and has contributed to me and changed my life. So what if I started using these tools? So I picked 3. I didn't even pick like all of them. I mean, talk about being, resistant. And I picked 3 tools and I didn't tell anyone. And I went, I'm going to try these 3 tools out. And I went home. And I set myself like on a calendar. I had a calendar on my wall, 3 months. Because like I said, I resisted that 10% tool, which the 10% tool, just quickly, is about putting away 10% of every single thing that you earn into an honor account for you. It's not for a rainy day. It's not for, when you're in dire straits or to help a friend out or that unexpected bill. You are literally putting 10% away that's just for you. It's an honoring of you. And I thought that was the dumbest tool in the world. But I also knew that I had to change how I was living with money, or my financial reality was going to keep getting worse and worse and worse.
Right.
So I finally worked out, sat down one day, worked out how much in debt I was by looking at everything and realized it was 187,000 Australian dollars, picked 3 tools and started using them for 3 months. And then at the end of 3 months, I remember looking at everything and I was like, okay, I don't have a great deal of money, but I have more money than what I did. And the one thing I noticed, which kept me going, was the energy had changed. My point of view had changed around money. And so I was like, I think I'll do this, for a little bit longer. And ever since then, I've got my 10% account and I, haven't spent it and haven't done that. And I friggin' love the money tools, and it changed my financial reality and got me out of debt. And I just think it's really interesting that I resisted it so much when it changed so much for me. And I see with doing classes and facilitating classes so often, that tool or that topic or that subject that you resist is usually what will change the most for you. So you do not have to be like me and resist it. Maybe get this book, Getting Out of Debt Joyfully. I'd also highly recommend Money Is Not the Problem You Are. There's actually a few money books that we have in access. And like Julia said, it's like a workbook. It's like, so do the home play. But it's not just about reading it and not doing it. You've got to actually use the tools. When you use the tools, you can change anything.
Yeah. And you have there's so many different home plays that I just love doing. But you also have this huge section of access consciousness clearing statements on money and getting out of debt. And those are that's gold right there. If people took this book and did those access consciousness clearing statements, that is a game changer right there. And actually, now that I'm bringing it up, could you talk briefly about clearing statements with money?
Yeah, I mean, well, okay. So when I said I picked 3 tools, one of the tools that I picked was having a look at what my point of view was around money. Because I realized I didn't even know what it was. Because you so quickly will go, that's expensive, that's too much, that's cheap, that's blah, 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 that's crude, that's not possible. And I realized I didn't know what my point of view was. So I was so OCD about it. And every single time anything popped up in my world about money, whether it was an amount for, eating at a restaurant, or the price of a car, or how much rent you pay, and I would destroy and uncreate everything about that topic, destroy and uncreate everything I've decided about how much rent is acceptable to pay, on an apartment. use the clearing statement, right and wrong, good and bad, POC and POD, all nine, shorts, boys, provids, and beyonds. It has changed since that book, but hey, it's still the same. And you can go to theclearingstatement.com and find out more about the clearing statement. But what I would do is, and even shorten it like POC and POD, I would just POC and POD everything, because we're so quick, Julia, to reject money. Like we will go, oh, I'd like more money, I'd like more money, I'd like more money. And then you see a nice car drive past and you're like, oh, that car's too expensive, or that's not possible. So you've just uninvited money. So like I said, with everything, I was POC and PODing everything, because we pick up so many different points of view from our family, our culture, religions, like where you chose to be born. It's like what it is to have money, not have money, what's acceptable. You know, like a quick story, I was in LA with a friend of mine and she was looking for an apartment and I was with her looking for an apartment, and we drove to this, area in LA that I would have considered was a little bit more poverty mentality. Mm-hmm. And I remember sort of thinking, going, oh, have I locked the doors, and it's like, oof, do you really want to live here? This is a bit dodgy, and then we drove to this area that was more middle class, which is probably what I grew up in, right? And I noticed when we drove through there, I was relaxed, I was comfortable. I was like, oh yeah, this is nice, because I knew it. That's the energy I knew. And then we went to, what's it called? Not Beverly Hills. It's another Bel Air, and it's gated. Right. And we drove through there, and I remember I literally turned around to her and whispered, and I went, "Are we allowed to be in here?" Because I was just like, "Oh my God!" And I was so intimidated by that. And I realized if you have the point of view that you're intimidated by wealth, you don't really want to be around like that poverty scarcity thing, and you're only happy here. That's all you'll ever create. And you won't be able to receive anything from anyone who is, has less money than you or has more money than you. So POC and POD it, POC and POD it, POC and POD it, everything that is, so that I could receive from everything and everyone as well.
Right. That's awesome. That, like, for me, that has been such an interesting tool, because for me too, I was very comfortable in the middle. And it's like, I remember when I bought a ring from the Guild about 10 years ago, and it was a big aquamarine ring, and I was just like just out of college, living with roommates, and like I had this big aquamarine ring that I had bought with my 10%, and I was like, my friends made fun of me and like called the ring ugly and said it looked like costume jewelry, and like, oh, Julia, you're so weird and eccentric. And I was like, I'm not giving up on having a greater life. And I was like, I would wear that ring, and as uncomfortable as it made me, and as much as people judged me, I was like, what would it take for my life to fit this ring, rather than me take off the ring and have a normal life? And that ring actually like contributed to me so much, changing my life and my future. And a lot of what you're saying, like what we're talking about, POCing and PODing, using the Access Consciousness clearing statement along the way, like I have to have something greater. Now, what tools can I use to actually change the way that I'm living to something that I really like?
Yeah, and not listening to, your friends and family and the people around you. It's like, it's a great story, Julia. And I'm always like, wow, what would it take for us to live and be surrounded by people who were supportive?
Yeah.
Who were like, wow, Julia, that's amazing that you got to buy that ring. It's absolutely beautiful, and you deserve that and even more. That's the world I want to live in. I know I'm maybe
oh my gosh, nobody was ever that energy, so kind.
I know, but it's like, well, we're surrounded more by that now. It's
yeah,
like,
we are.
Yeah, it's like that kindness and that generosity of spirit. So I wrote the book Getting Out of Debt Joyfully because I wanted people to have these tools that they could use, that knowing that they could change their financial reality as well. Because, sometimes I think I created myself to be a financial mess so I could write the book and actually contribute to so many people around the world. Because I did create myself to be a financial mess. And and I say a mess because I really wasn't willing to look at it, and it was messy. If you walk into a room and it's so messy and you can't find anything, I was really good at creating that It's like, just make it so messy so I don't have to look and see what's actually going on. And one of the things I realized with using all of the tools is, you know, it's these insane points of view that we have that lock us up. If we could figure everything out with our logical mind, we'd have everything we ever desired. But so often we have such an insane point of view around something that's usually not ours. And we pick that up and create that as our reality. But if we, you know, pock and pod that and get rid of it and change it, there's a whole brand new, you know, day ahead of you. There's a whole brand new life ahead of you that you can choose to live. So
Totally. That's amazing. And then at the back of the book, you have some really cool interviews with people from different podcasts and radio shows. And those are really inspirational. The one with Chris Hughes is super, super cool. How he changed his financial reality and just got free and was willing to have something different. So it's like with all of this and with getting out of debt, like you've talked about the 10% account and pocking and potting. And like for you, when did you really start to notice like, wow, I am not in debt or a poor person anymore? Like I've actually, like I'm creating something that's like alive and not a mess and clean and working and actually something that works for me. Like I love when Gary Douglas says, like, he did a telecall like 10 or 12 years ago called Having a Business That Works, 12 Steps to Creating a Business That Works. And like the words "that works," like I didn't even know what that meant. I'd never seen anybody had a life that totally worked until him and you and Dain and like people who were thriving. So like when did you go from a life that was like a financial reality that was messy to something that totally like actually worked?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to say it was a little gradual and it was also extreme. Like when I started using those tools, right, stuff in my financial reality changed really quickly for 187,000 Australian dollars. And there was a couple of things that showed up. One is I ended up going, because I used to work, I had a business prior to Access called Good Vibes for You. And I worked a lot in the music industry and different, you know.
Really? You worked in the music industry?
Yeah, that's how I started in the music industry when I was like 18. So
cool. What'd you do? Sorry, I have to know.
Well, I did many things, but the first thing we did was I worked for a company that used to organize lighting and audio for nightclubs and for tours. So say if there was a band that came out from America, they would have the band and they'd have their core crew. But because it's so expensive to go on tour and bring out everyone, they would hire equipment and they would hire people like roadies, etc., from, you know, places within Australia. So we would organize that. So we'd have to, you know, organize the tour manager and the roadies and the equipment and everything. So you got to go on a lot of, you got to go to a lot of different musical events. And then years later, I've always really liked music, but years later, with Good Vibes for You, I started to do merchandise for bands. And I was
bands.
Sorry?
You did merchandise for the bands, not just Good Vibes for You merchandise, but
no, merchandise for bands as well. And one of the bands I did it for at this stage, it was one of the biggest, artists in Australia at the time. He was number one, and I did his merchandise, and we went on tour for 2 weeks, and I made a bunch of money, like, you know, really quickly. But I had put my mindset to, okay, I'm gonna get out of debt here. So we went on tour, did all of that. Actually, it was a really interesting gig because we were on tour and there was another friend of mine who's a musician, and he was like, hey, how do you like being on tour? And I went, you know what? I was like, this is everything I thought that I wanted. Like, you know, you've got AAA passes, you can get into any nightclub, backstage, everything, all that sort of stuff. And I just found Access, you know, like I was new to Access. And I said to him, I like going on tour, but I don't think I want to go on tour with music. I think I want to go on tour with, you know, this other thing. And it was funny because the drummer heard they were playing hacky sack backstage in Sydney at the Hordern Pavilion. and hurt his ankle. And so I was like, hey, I can do this stuff. And I like started doing MTVSS, and he's looking at me and I was like, this is what I really do, not just the merchandise, and started doing that. So it woke me up because I had created everything I thought I wanted to be happy. And I was enjoying it, but it wasn't everything that I truly desired. So I actually started letting go of that merchandise. And I mean, in hindsight, I could have sold that business and like with doing that, because it was getting pretty popular based on I was doing the top artists in Australia. So everyone was like, what's his business like, and started asking, who I was.
Right.
But I didn't, rookie mistake. I was like, Access, and headed over there, and started doing that. So, but I do remember, Julia, the day that I was like kept looking at my accounts and everything, and I realized I had money, and I was like, I have money. And I was so bored. I was like, this is it. Like, I really was like, it was a bit of a letdown that I wasn't no longer in debt. But I was smart enough to look at that and go, okay, what am I creating with that? And what do I love about being in debt? Which is one of the tools in the book. What do you love about being in debt? And I realized I liked the energy of like, rent's due. I've got to create. And I was using no money as the source of creation, which I see a lot of people do, rather than what if you could just make it easier? And what if you could just create because you could create, not because you're desperately got to pay a bill. So within 2 weeks, I found myself back in debt, and I was like, okay, what is this? And I realized I knew the energy of being in debt. It was comfortable for me. I knew how to deal with it, and I didn't quite know how to deal with having money. So, but I made the demand then, okay, I'm going to find out what it's like to actually have money. So I still didn't have an ease. Like there wasn't like a, as you referred to, living this life of like where something that works. I was still like this up and down yo-yo of how I felt about money and what my point of view was. And I'm going to say it was quite a bit later when I probably had about $30,000 in my honor account. And I remember the relaxation in my world and in my body was like, okay. And then I was like, okay, now what can I create? What can I choose? Not from this desperate need of needing money. It was more from a relaxation. And ever since then, I mean, I don't think you ever become really complacent with it, with money. Like I have a lot of investments now. I have stock portfolio. I have money, I'm not worried about paying a bill. And yet, there's always still more, and not necessarily like going, more money like this thing, but yeah, I'd like to create a hell of a lot in the world. Like one of the things we have going at the moment is a property in Costa Rica called El Lugar. It's like, man, I wish I had a spare 5 million that I could just throw it, over there so that we could just, finish it straight away rather than taking longer. So for me, there's always something else that I would like to choose and like to create, and not based on greed, just based on what do I want it to be like in the planet, like what do we want to be here on planet Earth? It's like money contributes, money helps. So I'm going to say, if you're listening to this, stop resisting it and start choosing it. You are the source of creation, not money, but by your choices, you get to choose something different and receive something different.
Wow, that's so amazing. And it, like, for me, and I will always make this shout out, when I took Business Done Different with you, that's when things really shifted for me, and I just stopped thinking about money. Like all of a sudden, I just didn't care anymore. It just was like whereas before it was like adrenaline, doggy paddle, adrenaline, and all of a sudden it was like gone, and I was like, and then I just sort of like watched Will and Grace for about a month. Just sat. And I watched Will and Grace from season 1 to season 8. It's 8 seasons.
Right. Yeah.
And I watched every episode of Will and Grace. And it took me about a month. And I was just like, okay, I'm just going to watch Will and Grace. I had enough extra to kind of just keep things moving. And my husband, Anthony, supplemented whatever else. And I was like, I can chill. So I chilled. And then after that, I started to get bored, and I went, okay, like now what do I want to create?
Yeah.
Not for money or from money.
Yeah.
Like what is valuable to me? And my whole life changed. And now it's like I'm doing all kinds of different things. I'm realizing what's valuable to me. And I am like doing different things that I love, like floral arrangements and cooking and estate sailing and redecorating my house, like things that I love, along with doing my business in a really easy way. So it is this thing of like the relaxation, and like if you don't have to doggy paddle, and I thought that could never show up. Like I was just like, it's not possible. I don't believe it. I've heard about it. I don't believe it, you know? And then it actually did change to relaxation.
And, you know, Gary Douglas once said that he actually said if the staff of Access would relax, we would increase 75%. And I think we all just went, yeah, whatever, you know, don't be ridiculous. And it's taken years, like he said that years ago. And I've noticed how many of us have started to relax, and we won't, and then we do, and then we won't, and then we do. But from that relaxation, I mean, even if you just look at the energy of it, you become aware of so much more. And it's not like from the doggy paddle, desperate, you know, how to get to ABC. It's like, no, it's from relaxation. I mean, I always look at nature. I went for this long walk today up here in Italy near the castle. It's just so beautiful, like the flowers, and it's so green, and the smells, and, you know, and the sun it wasn't too hot, but, you know, it's so beautiful. And from that relaxation, nature creates itself. And yeah, there might be this big thunderstorm, or, you know, super hot, or lots of rain or wind or anything like that, but it's not done from a desperateness. It's done from, you know, that's what shows up. And what if we started to live our life, our business like that, and with our money flows?
Yeah.
But the one thing I would say is, if you are listening to this, and because you are the one that knows if you are resisting looking at your money stuff, if you're resisting using some tools to change your financial reality, if you are, you know, putting it away for, I'll deal with that next week or next month, etc. You are the only one that knows, and you are the only one that can choose to change that. And I desperately thought that my life would be better if I ignored money and even judged money, and, you know, did all that. I can prove to you I don't need it. I can survive without it. I've been there, done it, and all of that. You know, I've got some amazing stories as well in getting out of debt joyfully. And I can tell you, you don't need to make it hard. It can be way easier than what you think it is. And you start using Access consciousness tools, you can change your financial reality.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, just in closing, like what you said about how like money doesn't end and you're still creating and there's always more. But just it's in a way that works for you and is like an addition, not like trying to like dig out of a hole. And I just didn't I'm just so grateful that that actually can exist on the planet. And that's really what this book is all about.
Yeah, me too. Me too, Julia, so much.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being on here and just having this conversation. And I hope for those of you out there listening, this has inspired you to just have more of you in your financial world and have more ease in your financial world. And we have the book in many languages, and we invite you guys to read, to listen. And even if you aren't in debt, that you don't need to be in debt to read this book. This book
True story
is about, and so many of us are, even when you don't have debt, so many people are self-debtors. And this book will also heal where you're a self-debtor and don't put yourself first. So there's so many applications of this book, and I'm just so glad that you wrote it.
Thank you, Miss Julia.
Awesome. Thanks, Simone. Thanks, everybody. See you next time.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Hi, everybody. We are coming back on, and we have the amazing Marilyn Bradford. Welcome, Marilyn. How are you today?
I'm just awesome, and thank you all for doing this and having me. It's just great.
Thank you. This is a really
pleasure.
fun event.
It is. It is a very fun event. And I'm particularly excited about your book, Marilyn.
Thank you.
It's a book that I avoided for a long time.
You're not alone, Diva, just I want to say.
And I say that in the best of ways because Marilyn basically wrote this incredible book, Right Recovery for You. And I thought, well, I'm not an addict, so I'll of course read it, but it wasn't the top of my list. And so it was probably about 2 years into doing Access before I actually read it. And when I did, it changed so much more than I thought it would ever have changed. So I would just like to speak to that in case anybody watching, either now or in the future, is thinking, well, recovery, what's that got to do with me?
Mm-hmm.
They're about to find out.
Well, thank you for that, Diva.
That's great. So, Marilyn, what prompted you to write Right Recovery for You? How did this book come to life?
I had been diagnosed as an alcoholic and a depressive, and then I went into treatment and I did the traditional thing and therapy and 12-step and all of that. And then I found Access. And I wasn't looking for a different way to do things. I mean, I knew that traditional treatment and 12-step program was lacking in a lot of ways, but I didn't know what else to do. And I started using these access tools, just the general access tools, with my psychotherapy clients, and they were getting better faster. And I was like, wow, okay, let's see. So I approached Gary Douglas and I said, hey, Gary, these tools are amazing with psychotherapy and addiction. And I'm getting all these new ideas and new ways of looking at everything. Could we do something with access and addiction? And that's when he said, yep. And there was one right class at the time, which was Right Body for You. And I said, can we just call it Right Recovery for You? And he said, sure, I think I'll do a lot of right classes. So anyway, that's how that got started.
Oh, that's so great. So, Marilyn, what is the number one thing that people are addicted to?
Judgment and the wrongness of self. And that underlies, I call that the primary addiction. And everything else, alcohol, drugs, and I'm going to expand on that, the secondary addictions. And I want to do a little over here at the moment, which is that please let go any ideas you have from this reality of what addiction is, because this reality is, well, it's alcohol and drugs or maybe gambling, but you know, you're not one of those people. Addiction is really an energy looking for a target, and it's a space or a place we choose when we're in a lot of pain of self, when we have a sense of being wrong, not fitting in, not knowing how to handle things, help. So we vacate ourselves in order to have some kind of place where we can, okay, I can go here. But it can be to things like trauma drama. It can be to image. It can be to being healthy. You can be addicted to almost anything. It's really about the energy of where you go to disappear and to feel safe. So that's something that I'd really like people to know about addiction. It is not just alcohol and drugs. And it is not about, all right, you have to stop this and do this program for the rest of your life and you're powerless. And no, absolutely not. Many, many, many people have told me they've gotten let go. And I'm not going to say gotten clean and sober, because that's not what it's about. They've let go of that need to disappear from themselves and are much more now in the space of empowerment and finding out who they really are and what they would like to choose. And that to me is the whole, it just makes me so happy. It's the whole essence of Right Recovery.
Yeah. And I think you've touched on something so great too, which is, you mentioned this in the book too, which is looking at the lies. And one of the biggest lies is that addiction only happens to, I think you said, like a small, dirty underground population, which is just not true.
Yes.
And, that's a thread that we've been talking about a lot today in the different interviews about recognizing what's true, recognizing what's a lie, and not getting stuck in that lie.
Yeah, absolutely. Because one of the difficulties of going with this reality, or even someone, and that's what this reality preaches, and preaches in the 12th step, now you're sober, now you know all of this, and all. But what that does is that if you believe that, it deprives people of having the awareness of the kinds of addictions they may be engaging in. And image is such a huge one. Being addicted to this reality, to being right, to getting it right. Yeah. And the thing is, any kind of addictive behavior, any leaving yourself, you can't really create your life or find out what you know to be true for you. So for me, true recovery is really about coming back to you, creating your life. It's not about stopping anything unless it's actually harming you or your body, but just that willingness to be aware and not judge. Oh, I'm doing that again. Okay. I wonder what else I could choose. I wonder what else is possible here. Let me use some tools here. So it's cool.
What are some of the tools that because you say, like, let me use some tools here, and I know that you continue to use all of these tools of access consciousness every day, and like you said, you were an addict, and you've used these tools so much to change your life. What are some of the kind of key things that people could, I guess, almost start with right now?
Well, the first thing I ask clients, and if I'm doing a class, is what's right about your addiction you're not getting? And people are like, what?
They must be like, lady,
yeah,
you need to go to the loony bin.
Exactly. And I had someone come in, this was years and years ago, when early on in Access, and she said, well, I'm an alcoholic. And then my next question is always, well, how do you know? And she was like, not taking that for a question. This is all about question. It's like, well, I'm drinking 2 bottles of wine out in the evening. I'm like, okay, well, if we don't go to definition, what's going on in your life? She said, well, we have these 2 foster kids and they're out of control and we may have to give them back. And my relationship with my husband is failing and he just lost his job. And it was like 8 things. And I'm like, with all of that in place and without any other tools, how could you possibly stop drinking 2 bottles of wine a day? What if that's just a coping skill you have at the moment because you don't know how to deal with your kids? Nobody's helped you or facilitated you or given you tools to deal with your kid or your failing marriage or financial things. And you could almost feel her just go, oh,
totally.
Yeah. And that's where we started. So that's a great tool to start with. What's this? I said, this is helping you cope. Why not?
So how did you, with the tools of right recovery, where did you go next with that, how did that, come together?
Well, we started looking at, first of all, I'm technically a clinical social worker. So I know all about resources, and I was, doing a little bit of that. This was in my private practice, and setting her up with some various things. And then we started looking at, what would you really like in your life? What's true for you? And that's a question that I always have people ask, and they often don't know. I'm like, I get it. I had no idea. I remember being in school going, would someone please tell me what to believe about all these political conflicts and things? I don't have a clue. So we start working with that. And they're like, I don't even know where to start. I'm like, okay, start small. And that's the thing. We think we need these great big solutions. No. Okay, you're at a restaurant. what would you really like to eat? And ask, get in touch with your body a little bit. That's another thing. Please remind me if I don't get back to that. But would you like to go for a walk today? Yeah, I don't know, maybe. We look at the light and heavy tool. What do you know is true for you about whatever it is? And we go with where their life is at the moment. It's not the same for everybody. But I started working with her on what was going to work with her, and bringing in the whole idea of awareness versus answer. And that's been huge for people who are beginning to look at addictive and compulsive behavior and mental stuff and all of that, because this reality is all about answer. And
God, Marilyn, I just love this approach. Like, to go in to a clinical social worker and to say, I'm an alcoholic. I swear to you, you're not going to tell me any different. I drink so much wine, you wouldn't believe it. And my life is a mess.
yes,
And then for that clinical social worker to say, are you sure? And then to go, what if you could choose your life? Like, what are some little things that you could do to start getting you in touch with what you like and how you would like your life to be? I mean, that is so mind-blowingly kind, empowering, different, like bizarre to anybody in normal world. It is bizarre. Such a gift. It just is hitting me in a way even more than usual. That is so cool.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
It really is. It's so unique. And will you tell us more about, awareness versus answer? Because I think, that's looking at what you were just saying now too. It is so wildly different, because this is now going into your own awareness rather than the answer, which is what most recovery programs do, not for, good or bad or whatever, but it's just what they have available as a tool. So having awareness is a different possibility. What does that look like? How do you access that?
Well, I have a lot of client stories, so I'll tell another client story. I had someone who came in and said, I'm an alcoholic and I've been sober for, I guess 3 or 4 months. I can't remember. But I want to work on some other issues. And I'm like, oh, sure, fine. So we started looking at stuff. And then she said, this was in Texas. She said, I'm meeting a bunch of friends for Mexican food. And I always have a margarita with Mexican food. And I don't know what to do. I said, I'll tell you what. And we worked on this a little bit. I said, why don't you order a margarita and drink it with awareness? She said, well, what does that mean? I said, well, get your margarita and just be with it a moment and put it up and smell it, see what it's like. Just be present with it. Have a little sip, roll it around, notice what happens with your body. And we went through all of this. She came back the next week. She said, you know what? I don't even like margaritas. But that had been an answer that she had. She said, I didn't even finish it. I just got some iced tea. But that's the kind of thing. You're just doing that to their universes.
Yeah.
Because it's all conclusionary realities otherwise.
Yeah. And it's interesting because it seems that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you're going from this automatic pilot of, I am now heading into the addiction. I can feel it coming. I don't have any control. Here it is. I'm in it. That's it until I'm out the other side of it. And then, but it's something that controls you.
Yes, exactly. It's putting all of the control outside of yourself rather than, and I'm not saying that someone who's been drinking heavily can necessarily stop cold turkey. Sure. That's not what I'm saying. But you can begin to question everything. What are you buying is true and real that's not true about what you're doing? And what other tools could you use? And one of the other tools that I use a lot is, who does this belong to? And I had a client once who came in and said, I'm an alcoholic and blah, blah, blah. And we were working about 6 weeks and nothing was changing. And I'm like, that doesn't happen if you come in and see me and you really want to, make progress. And finally I said to her, whose alcoholism is it anyway? She said, oh, it's my mother's. And she never had another problem with drinking. At least what she told me a few months later. So, and another thing is people can take up an addictive behavior or a mental illness so that the rest of the family doesn't have to look at what they're doing. It's a kind of a self-sacrifice thing. I'll be the bad one. And they can be victims and say how horrible it is to have me and, you know, all those kinds of things. So it's a lot more going on than often meets the eye. That's what I would say on that.
Holy moly. It's like I feel like we've opened up a gigantic universe, which is just, fascinating. So thank you.
God, what an interesting way. I mean, it's, you know, rehab or rehabilitation. It's like, this is like true habilitation of your being.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you're like, well, what do you like? What is actually going on? Or what do you love that you have been tucking away and making untrue for yourself? Or just these true questions to empower somebody.
Yes. And another thing I wanted, so people are like, well, how do you get into this place? And a lot of this, or I would say pretty much all of it, starts early on with a diminishment of being, either consciously or unconsciously, from your parents. A lot of parents think they're doing the best thing. You know, you're a Tanya, or you're a Waduchi, and this is how we live. You're a Maxwell. This is what we believe. This is what you do as a woman, as a man. You know, you're given the straight and narrow of how to behave, and no one is going, hi, what's true for you? Hi, being. It's fine to be the different that you are. Can you imagine? So this great sense of wrongness begins to develop. And this, even if it's not said verbally, this great sense of not knowing how to cope with things, how to fit in. And that's when we tend to go to addictive behavior. My first addiction was sugar. I just could not get enough sugar as a child. It was the only thing that I found that would feel nourishing to me in my body. Just because of the way my family was. And I'm not making them wrong or right. They just were that way. And my father was a professor. I grew up in a really intellectual community where you basically didn't exist below the body. So body wasn't included. And here's the thing, people, you cannot really reclaim and create your being if you're not connected to your body. Right. And that's why I love the access tools, all the body work, bars, everything like that.
Yeah. Hey, Marilyn, can you talk a little bit more about addiction to sugar? I think it's an interesting topic. Like, how does addiction to sugar work? But like, as a humanoid, we have, you know, this desire, like sugar works for us, but where does that kind of go into addiction for sugar? That's something that I'm actually interested in, of my own question.
I don't know if I'm willing to let go of this addiction to sugar. I'm kidding.
I'm diva. I'm not gonna let go.
Well, let me give you some concepts. Use, abuse, and addiction. And we'll go with sugar.
Okay.
Use of sugar, you know, it's nice to have it in your coffee, or, you know, I think I'll have a piece of cake, but it is not something that you obsess about or think about a lot or use in a different way. So that's use of anything, whether it's having a glass of wine, that's use of alcohol, or going for a run, rather than being obsessed with, you know, my pecs, my health and all of that. That's use of, it's a behavior, it's a product, it's, you know, something. Abuse is when you're aware that you really should be dealing with something, but you just don't want to do it right then. Like, oh, I had a horrible day at the office, or my kid got expelled from school, or I'm having a lot of fights with my partner. I think I'm just going to eat a gallon of ice cream. But you're aware of what you're doing. That I'm just going to use this right now as comfort. all right, and then I'll, get it together and I'll deal with what's going on. But that's abuse of a substance. And it's not wrong. It's just something to be aware of. That's not what the substance was intended for. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that was great. That's
Yeah.
great.
And then addiction is you have a sense or feel that you have no choice. You get yelled at by your boss, you lose $1,000 on investment, and you have to go eat a whole pie or go to the grocery store and buy 18 cupcakes. That's addiction. And this applies to all of these substances or behaviors. I did a show once on addiction to image. And one of the things I said is there's nothing wrong with using an image if you're aware that, okay, I'm going to go see the principal. I'm going to look, sophisticated and pleasant. And, I'm going to do that, or a job interview, wonder what they require. Okay, I can do that image, because that's going to create more for me. I'm not going to show up looking like a slob. But you don't identify with it. You don't have to have it. You just can pick it up when it's useful to you. And that's totally the same with sugar. And as humanoids, I go with that. We require more sugar at times. And if we buy into this reality that sugar is bad for you, then what happens? Then you have to judge yourself. Then you have to go, oh, I'm doing it wrong. What if it's not bad for you? What if you're like, okay, if I have this, whatever it is for you, this chocolate cupcake, this, I'm into jelly beans these days, a bunch of jelly beans. Now, body, you okay with this? What's this going to create?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I was just going to say that is helpful moving forward. Use, abuse, addiction. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you mentioned in the book too, Marilyn, to stop identifying with the addiction. So many people have been taught that a way to kind of acknowledge what's going on and not hide from it or hide it from others is to say, my name's Diva, I'm a sugar addict, and I'm making light of it, but saying like I am, rather than what you suggest is to say, well, I'm engaging in this behavior right now, so that it's not necessarily part of your identity, it's something that you're choosing to do. Can you talk a little bit more about how you got that awareness and how people can work with that?
Well, I was in AA for, 15, 16 years. And I actually did the program, particularly in the beginning, did the whole thing. But I became aware that people were limiting themselves greatly. I'm Reggie, I'm an alcoholic. Is that all there is to you? And for a lot of people, that's what it became. Right. It became the center of their life, the identifying factor. And I'm like, wow. And I began to see what a limitation that was. And so I always tell people, never say, I'm an overeater. Say, currently, I'm eating more than my body would really like. And I'm beginning to use tools and I'm beginning to change it. And I have different choices now. Because you are never a behavior. And it goes back to that thing, like if Johnny hits Sally, you don't say, Johnny, you're a bad boy for hitting Sally. You say, Johnny, hitting is not okay. That behavior is not okay. We need to have a little talk with Sally here, and let's just say you're sorry or find out. But you don't ever identify a person with a behavior. That is so demeaning to the being. And we all engage in crummy things at times, Ooh, that was not very nice of me. Oh, well. I'm a bad person. I just need to look at that a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. That is awesome.
With with this whole conversation, I think something that is really interesting is the sense that you have choice.
Yes.
In a world and a topic where you supposedly don't have choice, because again, you are controlled by this thing that's outside of you that kind of takes over. Can you talk a bit about that and the journey of actually getting from an addiction of any kind to recognizing and trusting that you actually do have choice, even if it doesn't feel that you have choice,
Right.
even if you can't feel it within yourself. Like, what is that? Like, how do people get to that?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
I would say that with the creation of addiction, or as children, so many of us felt powerless.
Mm.
We could not find a way to adjust, to be like, to stand in the lemming line and march forward to the sea. You know, we were just like, I don't know what to do. And that leads to a sense of less than. And that leads to a sense of powerlessness. And I'm going back to when I first, I'm not even sure why I'm telling this story, but we'll see. It's what came up. I was married at the time. We'd gone down to San Antonio, which is a Texas town, to go to the museum, have brunch, go to the museums. Well, we drank so much at brunch that we really couldn't go to the museum. So we made it back to our house, and I went to the grocery store. It was a Sunday, and at that point you could buy wine, but you couldn't buy anything stronger. And I took the label off the stronger thing and came back and started drinking and drank that whole thing. And I woke up in the morning, I'm like, this is not working for me. So I had a sense of being powerless over alcohol. But what I didn't know was that I didn't have the tools to change it. The best, and I remember my therapist telling me, and I started seeing him that next week or something. He said, Marilyn, I'm going to recommend that you go to AA. It is not a great fit for you, but it's the only thing I know. Right. And that's how I ended up getting into AA. And I'm like, well, I'll work the program and whatever. And one of the things that it does provide is the sense of camaraderie. I'm not alone. There are other people who have this. And then we all join together, and we are all powerless. But that never sat well with me. I mean, I could admit it at the time, I'm powerless over alcohol, but I'm like, I wonder what it would take to change that. And I had the sense of being so small and not, on the other hand, I'm like, wait a minute, I've done these kind of cool things in my life. So it was almost like the split being, but I'm told I'm small, I'm told I'm powerless, but over here, I wrote this paper and the professor was like, oh my God, that's friggin' brilliant. I've never seen that in the book. And I think most humanoids have that. We feel like we're so wrong and bad, but there's all this other outside stuff that's like, this is fabulous. You're brilliant, so it's this very conflictual kind of thing. And once I got to Access, that's really what assisted me in changing. I was like, oh my goodness, who does this belong to? What's right about me I'm not getting. I can change my money situation. And my sense is, and I imagine this is true for you all too, I'm just not a linear person. And what I got in Access was this different, expansive, global kind of energy. And I've been trying to do bam, 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 which of course I failed at often because I'm not a bam, 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 bam person. So it was the tools of Access. It was at that time, Access, it was about 17 years ago, was fairly small, but I did go to the first body class. I'm like, I have a body. Wow, this is sort of interesting. Wow. And bars and wait a minute. And then things started to change. And sometimes that's the thing, when things start to change on the outside, then they're changing on, you don't really, it's not linear. You have these, like, I'm acting differently in this situation. That's interesting. I'm not taking it personally. I'm not falling apart. I'm not going to so much resistance and reaction. Wow, I think I'll have more of that. So that's really, I can't, it wasn't linear, and it was created through, for me, using the Access tools and choosing, and that's it. Because that's what, Gary would say at that time. I mean, now Dain, of course, is, but Dain wasn't involved in that way at the time. somebody come up and he'd say, well, choose, damn it.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I have choice. And the other thing I want to say about choice is sometimes you require another person to introduce that you have choice, or that, and whether it's in a more general way or in a more specific way. I was at just last week at the SOP in Vienna, which was amazing. And Dain facilitated me on something that was not easy for me. And after that, I said, thank you so much. That really, and I said, and but there's a sadness about, and he said, well, what if you did or chose this? And I was like, I'll have that. And it was just him letting me know this was available.
Yeah.
And that's what we do for each other. This does not need to be an individual journey. That's one of the things I love about Access is consciousness. Show me some facilitator I could work with right now, or ask a question, or someone comes up to you and says, could you give me 5 minutes? Yeah, sure. We really can contribute to one another in a way that's so different from anything that goes on in this reality. Really so different, because it's not constricted. It's not in a little box. And who wants to be in a box? No, thank you.
Yeah. And it's so different to what addiction makes you feel like you are completely alone.
Yes.
And so now opening it up to this is a whole different world of support, I guess.
Yes.
And of also knowing that people, but also the universe and you have your own back.
Yes, exactly. That's a really good point, Diva. To know that you have your back, that there are people in your life that has your back, that consciousness has your back, that Access has your back. What a difference. How many of us grew up with this idea that nobody had our back? My mother certainly didn't. She threw me under the bus a number of times. Oh, well, I don't have to make that significant anymore. And that's another thing. Not having to make our past significant. Wow.
Yeah.
Go forward with that.
So wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Marilyn. And for anybody watching, please know you can find Right Recovery for You online in the Access Consciousness shop. So check it out. It's really, really worth a read, just like all the books on this series.
And I just want to mention too, Marilyn, you also facilitate classes on Right Recovery for You, and there are also Right Recovery for You facilitators, and you lead that facilitator training and that area of Access. And can you just say a little bit about the classes that are offered, just so people kind of know what else is out there if they want to dive deeper?
Well, one of the things I want to say is that a lot of the classes that are offered are things, and I have a class coming up called Recovering from Family that Access is putting on, which I'm really excited about. And there are things like that where the facilitators are now some shorter classes, and now after a while they qualify to do one-day classes. But there are things like having peace with your body and making yourself a priority, and all of those kinds of things that actually contribute to you coming back to you and creating you. So it's not like how to stop drinking. And you can go on MarilynBradford.com too, because a lot of it's listed there. But and I do the facilitator training, and I do a 2.5 day. I did a lot traveling before the pandemic, and I'm open to traveling again. So I'm looking at doing some other classes. But thank you for that. Yeah.
Great. Awesome. Yeah, it's just a great option for people who, just want to learn more and start to get clarity. I mean, like just this idea of use, abuse, addiction is just one piece of just the thousands of topics that you talk about in these classes. So it's a really great resource.
Thank you all so much.
Awesome. Well, thank you for coming on, Marilyn. We love chatting with you.
It was great.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Bye, Marilyn. Cool.
Oh.
All right. Well, Diva, do you want to let everyone know about our wonderful next speaker pre-record that we have?
Yes. So we have a replay where I had the pleasure of interviewing Miss Shannon O'Hara, who is the author of Talk to the Entities and Beings of Light. She created the Talk to the Entities specialty class in Access Consciousness, and she's got these books that are just revolutionary and create so much ease in and around a topic that is usually filled with a lot of, wrongness, weirdness. People don't feel that they can really talk about it. So we've got that coming up soon. I know that Laura's busy in the background getting the video ready. So yes, that will be.
Actually, you know what? This would be a great time to thank everybody behind the scenes. We have about 20 translators translating this into 6 languages. We have Betsy, who is the kitten herder of the translators. So we just want to thank you, Betsy. You're amazing. And we have the amazing
Books,
Laura, who
where we are discussing the incredible life-changing books of Access Consciousness. Here we go.
Wait, I think I can pause it. We also have the amazing Laura, who has just been working so hard to make everything happen and do all of the nuts and bolts and make sure that we all have our heads on straight and that everybody knows what they're doing and where they're supposed to be. So I just want to thank Laura Simmons as well. So thank you. Awesome. All right. Without further ado, I will press play on the video with the amazing Shannon.
I'm here with Shannon O'Hara, the author of Talk to the Entities and Beings of Light, which are 2 incredible books that for me have personally given me a lot of ease in making sense of stuff that I guess in this world we are not taught to make sense of. So thank you so much, Shannon, for being here today.
Thank you for having me. Hello, everybody out there, past, present, and future.
Yes. So let's talk a little bit about Talk to the Entities, because Talk to the Entities is one of the specialty classes that Shannon has created that use the Access Consciousness tools. And she wrote this amazing book on the topic, which I think has changed so many people's lives. And one of the things that I wanted to speak with you is, what was it that inspired you to write this book?
Well, if we're talking, so the Talk to the Entities book came first, and I would say probably what inspired me was, entities. I would say I co-authored that book. I co-authored both of the books, really. And I wrote it at a time in my life where I was a young adult and I was looking at really creating my life. And I think probably my dad recommended write a book, but really this book just kept coming and coming and it wouldn't leave me alone. It took me many years to write that first Talk to the Entities book. Number one, because I'm really dyslexic, so that was not a skill set I naturally had at my fingertips. And number two, I was young, and number three, I'd never written a book before. And number four, I was like, this is such weird content. This is such a strange topic. I really had to work through a lot of self-doubt and judgment and not wanting to be seen as crazy. Then it took some years, but that book really was created through inspiration. And every time I would finally make some progress with that book, I knew I was going in the right direction. Everything got easier, which is a great reward of that creation.
Yeah, and I think it also is really the vibe of the book. It really makes everything easier when it comes to the spirit world, which I think, for me personally, a lot of the stuff that I've read before about, ghost spirits, entities, mediums, channeling, all of that stuff was super interesting, and it didn't necessarily create ease in my world. It just seemed a bit complicated and like this other kind of realm that I still couldn't quite access. But there's something, in the way that this book is written that to me is so brilliant, because it does really demystify a lot of what we think we cannot understand. And you talk a lot about that in the book, about, having more ease with this, about how to access what you know.
Yeah. Well, it's a story written of my own. So it's a story of my life essentially, and my life to date, to when that book was completed. And I it's not a story of like, this is the way it should be. It's just a story of a girl starting being aware of ghosts, and how I went from having it as this real just prevalent experience as a child, to being a teenager driven crazy by it, to being a young adult that really struggled, to being a very empowered young adult who had the great fortune of also being educated and empowered by a man who was extremely different, and also capable of giving me the tools and the processes to make being aware of and living in a world full of spirits like not a terrifying thing, but actually a productive thing. So I feel that I have great fortune and great courage and discovering those processes. And I can't tell you the amount of people I've had reach out to me after reading the book and being like, wow, I had so many aha moments reading that book. It's like, all my life I thought I was crazy, but reading about your experience with the X, Y, and Z, I realized I've actually was just dealing with ghosts and I didn't realize it.
Yeah, 100%. I add myself to being one of those people too. And one of the stories that for me was so interesting to read was kind of, it's at the beginning of the book. It's a story where your friend Tanya has a twin sister, I think, who passed away. And Shannon talks about how she's sitting there with her friend who is incredibly sad. She's just lost her twin sister, but you are actually seeing the twin sister right there, and how that interaction goes, and talking to Tanya and saying, hey, I think your sister might be here, and which is possibly not the easiest thing to say to somebody. And what I love though is that in the book it then goes on to say how after a while Tanya said to you, listen, at the time I had so many feelings and emotions going on that they were actually getting in the way of me perceiving and picking up the fact that my sister was there, until I started to see the signs everywhere. And I thought that was so brilliant, because it really shows us how when we do kind of get involved in the fear or the unease, we can really kind of stifle our perception of this world. Would you talk a little bit to that, and how that's been for you?
Well, it's an interesting time in human history to be talking about ghosts, because whatever culture you're from on Earth right now, it's widely varying in the acceptability of spirits as like a realistic conversation.
Yeah.
If you're from the North American continent like I am, it's something that spirits just don't exist. Like it's a no-go zone. If you're from India or Africa or Asia, it's a completely different. They totally believe in spirits. They worship ancestors. They have a very dynamic hierarchy of spirits, but it's also laced with huge amounts of significance and miseducation and disempowerment. And so it's an interesting time in human history to be talking about spirits, because 1,000 years ago, every person living on Earth believed in spirits. And this is not something I can offer up as fact. However, if you look at, even in Shakespeare's time, he had characters in his plays and in his stories that were ghosts. So it was a much more acceptable, known thing. Fast forward till today, the only prevalent education that we get about the spirit world is unfortunately from movies and television, which are not usually an empowering medium. Like the horror industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry, so the scare factor is huge, and that puts a lot of people off from dealing with ghosts.
Yeah.
And as silly and like surfacey as that sounds, it's true. When you watch a scary movie when you're a kid, that sets you off on a trajectory and a path for entity resistance that you might not even be aware of at the time. But then when you're 45 years old and you're awakened by some spirit like pulling on your foot in bed, instead of having the wherewithal to deal with what's showing up, you put up these huge barriers, go into massive reaction, and a reaction that then completely controls you, and not in a fun way. Whereas if you're given the information, the empowerment, and the education to not go into immediate fear and reaction, you could potentially open up to the spirit who's waking you up by pulling on your foot and recognize that it might be your deceased father or another loved one who is there to actually like expand possibility with you and contribute, not terrify you.
Yeah.
And I just see that it's such a crippling thing that occurs for so many people when they lose people, quote unquote, and it really diminishes the possibility of life when you exclude the other life that we have when our bodies change.
It's so true. And I love hearing you talk about this because the way you speak about it is really so pragmatic. It's really like, how do you have this as a gift? And, even as you go through the book, which you guys will hopefully read at some point, you will notice that in every one of the stories, it culminates in there being a gift, so either somebody getting closure that they needed, or somebody being able to move on in a way that they required, or somebody receiving information that they had been asking for, which I think is the side of this that sometimes can get a little bit confusing for people wondering what that gift is.
Yeah, I mean, people get totally stuck with the death process. People on this side who still have their bodies, and then people crossing over who lose their bodies, and all of a sudden everyone's ignoring them and pretending like they don't exist anymore. It's not in my opinion, it's not a particularly healthy way of dealing with that whole process, but it is something that we've inherited through centuries of religion and miseducation. So it's really the time now to wake up to the new possibility of that being aware of ghosts and being a ghost isn't wrong. It actually might be a strongness. Now, how do we learn how to be with this?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things that I wanted to ask you as well is, you've spoken a little bit about miseducation, and to me, the book Talk to the Entities and also the classes and all the material that is available on that is really about re-educating you to have access to this whole other world, again, with a level of ease and enjoyment with it, actually, something that can really enrich your life. Now, in the book, Shannon speaks about how she met her stepdad, her dad, but at the time, and how he came across the Access Consciousness tools and really kind of showed you that you had a gift that you at the time weren't quite sure what to do with, or even how to interpret that as a gift, when it just was this whole world that you were aware of that was so different than other people, had access to. How has it been for you, using the Access Consciousness tools and making that, I guess, very conscious choice and decision every day to use those tools to expand your awareness in this area?
Well, one of the primary essential cornerstones of Talk to the Entities is clearing entities, and that was a tool and process. That is one of the tools in the Access Consciousness toolbox, and one that Gary taught me at a very young age. As like I would say, it's a first aid tool for sure, because if you there is nothing quite like that can create as much relief as clearing entities when you're aware of entities, So if you know how to effectively clear entities, it's a real lifesaver. So that tool was massive for me. I mean, is massive for a lot of people. It's massive for a lot of entities too, who just simply are lost and really require somebody with these tools to work with them for change. One of the other really big tools that made this into a gift and a power rather than a disability is the point of view, or the stance of like interesting point of view. So rather than being super significant, which the topic of entities is so weighed down by, I really had to hold steadfast to this choice of, okay, whatever I'm perceiving, whatever's showing up, whatever I think about myself because I'm perceiving this, et cetera, is just an interesting point of view. It's not a judgeable offense. It's not something that I require to have a point of view about. I am open. This is interesting. This doesn't mean anything. And that in and of itself gave me the space to discover what was possible without freaking myself out.
Yeah, that is so wonderful, and such an easy way to really like have a sense, I guess, of control with yourself
Yeah.
when everything else is, can seem so like wild and crazy at times.
Especially when you're dealing with that spirit world, because it's not like we're dealing with like a known quantity. Like I think if you talk about books on relationship and books on money, yes, a lot of the access consciousness books are using the same, you'll see interesting point of view showing up in a lot of these books.
Yeah.
And it's a real lifesaver when you're dealing with something that could potentially make you feel crazy, like talking to entities, which it can do. Been there, done that, So having these really, like, I would almost call it, don't tell Gary I said this, but grounding, like interesting point of view grounds me into the space where I don't have to be in reaction to my awareness. I can have a lot more ease.
Yes. And, I think that leads in quite nicely to the other book that we wanted to talk about, which was The Beings of Light, which, is now a completely, not different spin, but a whole different way of accessing this world that is available that actually desires to contribute to you. And one of the lines that I just love in that book that stands out every time, I've read it probably like 3 or 4 times, it says, "You are cared for," which I think is so really just beautiful and not necessarily something that you would expect when you read a book about the spirit world, but just the energy of that is so wonderful. So what, again, like what was the inspiration behind this book? Because this one is very specific and it does walk you through specific exercises.
One of the things that I never expected when I started out with entities, for me, I had to deal with it because otherwise it would have killed me. I'm that aware of ghosts. So for me, when I first started when I first finally reluctantly surrendered and said, yes, I'll do this, it was about surviving and it was about getting out of the pain. But something that started showing up after I chose to say yes and not go into reaction around entities was that there were these like mega beings that were showing up that I had no reference point for, no familiarity with. It was not something I'd ever known or seen or gotten before. But there were these beings showing up that I had no idea what they were doing there or what to do with. I could perceive their presence, but it was like this really non-directional experience. And initially, like, there's basically 4 pillars in the Talk to the Entities curriculum, which is, the first one's clearing, we talked about. That's like the entry level how to deal with entities. Like, first we're going to teach you how to clear. And then there's the second step is communication, which you have to sort of reteach yourself how to communicate with spirits, which can be hugely empowering in and of itself, and give you access to capacities, space, and energies that you might have cut off a long time ago, for whatever reason. So we have clearing, communicating. Then what I found was the receiving, which I was not expecting. I had no preparation for, but there were these mega beings that were there who were working with me and did desire to contribute. I maybe call them like beings of consciousness. I mean, I think we hear them a lot throughout human historical record as angels. But I think that's a very loose term, and there are many beings who could fall into the angel category and not all good. I mean, I think Lucifer was an angel. So it's for me, and since I wasn't raised with religion, and I'm gonna admit I came from California, so I was from a very open culture, a not very open, non-traditional culture. I had to discover these mega beings on my own, and it took me a while, but what I started discovering was that my whole universe, like, I was being impacted by this incredible presence, but like in this very profound, easy, gratitude enriching way. And I basically discovered these beings that would fall into the entity category that I called beings of light. That's just, my terminology for them, but they don't have to be called that. That taught me essentially about receiving. And that's what that book, The Beings of Light, is their lessons.
Yeah. And, throughout the book, it is, the topic of receiving comes up over and over and over again, which I think is such a, an interesting invitation to something that we're not taught to consciously do at all in life. Even if you go and, perhaps have a coffee with a friend and the friend pays for a coffee, if that makes you kind of like uncomfortable, or you feel like you have to say, I'll get it the next time, how much of that is a lack of receiving? What if we could actually receive more? And so just from even that smallest thing. And so I love that this actually teaches you to receive in such a wide way. And one of the things that you talk about in there quite a lot, Shannon, is relaxation. Will you just speak a little bit to that and how that can be linked to receiving?
Whether people realize it or not, and maybe you do, those of you listening to this, watching this in the future might know this, we live in a world full of control, but it's just people that are really controlling. Nature doesn't control in the same way. Animals don't control in the same way. The universe governs itself in a really different way. But people do a lot of artificial, I would call artificial control, that has a high cost and a big tax. And that tax is we lose access to the natural energies of the universe. It's like you never would question the power of the ocean. And you would know that it was the one who was in control. The ocean is definitely the boss,
Yeah.
But we as people tend to create a lot of contexts and beliefs that unfortunately we lose access to energy. And saying losing access to energy, I think it's easy to either not hear that or to misinterpret it. But essentially, everything in the universe is gifting and receiving simultaneously energetically. And many of our lives suffer from this lack or loss of receiving. It trickles down. It starts with your own sense of personal bliss or awareness, and it trickles down into a lack or loss of happiness, money, joy with the body. And the biggest gift that entities has been for me is that they've actually reignited my capacities to receive, because I couldn't deal with the spirit world and have a barrier up at the same time. I had to relax into what was showing up because I couldn't control it. I think I would love to be able to tell people, talk to the entities, they'll make you feel totally safe and in control, but it doesn't really do that. It gives you this other safety, which is the safety of awareness, the insurance of consciousness that is, frankly, I believe, a lost capacity.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And also, talking about that safety of awareness and safety of consciousness, to me, that's been a huge gift with all of these books, because in that you never have to look outside of you for a source. This allows you to become the source of your own awareness, of your own choices, of your own inspiration, and so many things. And you also speak in the book a little bit about the journey of never giving up, which to me is so key, because I think we're in many ways taught that when something comes up that is perhaps starts to get challenging or starts to get uncomfortable, then it means that you're wrong for even going down that route. It means that that's a big stop sign that you shouldn't pursue any longer, rather than allowing yourself to relax into the receiving of the awareness of, oh, this is maybe something I can address or change. And, I think so much of what the conversations that exist around the spirit world are met with is this energy of, okay, now it's getting uncomfortable, now it's getting a bit intense, let's give up, let's move away. Whereas you really do speak to not giving up, and turning that kind of antiquated fear of entities in the spirit world into an ability through actually the choice to not give up. If there was like a question or a tool or something that you could give people who are watching this now and in the future to contribute when they come up with that kind of barrier that they would usually turn away from, what would you say?
Well, with entity stuff, it has to be a matter of making it okay that you're having that perception. Right now, I'm in London, which if you want to deal with a lot of entities, like definitely come to London. And granted, I would say London is infinitely lighter and clearer in a million ways, pollution-wise and spirit-wise, than it used to be. And if I don't acknowledge that I'm aware of a lot of entities here, I sort of create a more difficult, I do create a more difficult experience for myself. But as soon as I acknowledge like, oh, okay, I'm aware of entities, because for example, like since I've been in London, I've been very exhausted. And it's like a weird kind of exhaustion where I'm like, did I work out too hard? Am I tired from overworking? Like I've really been on the question, but this morning I finally was like, okay, what is this? And wow, this sea of entities. And for most people, that's too overwhelming, or it's easier to avoid it or shut it out than to deal with it. But you have to go back to some point in your life. And this might have been when you were a little kid. This might have been when whatever age you were, there was probably some point where you were having some sort of entity experience, whether it was with an imaginary friend, and I'm using air quotes if you're only listening to this, because I don't mean imaginary, but I mean a friend that your parents couldn't see, that they taught you was, oh, you're just imagining it, right? Or it could have been any kind of entity showing up. And there's usually a genesis choice that most of us make that sets us on a path of having ease with entities or not. And if it was at one point when you decided, I never want to be aware of that, or my mom doesn't believe this, and therefore I need to shut this out of my universe, or whatever reaction we make initially that essentially doesn't allow us to develop the capacities to include entities. Every time that you say yes to your awareness, even if you don't know how to handle it initially, awareness becomes stronger. Every time you disavow or reject awareness, like I must be crazy, I'm not really perceiving a ghost, or it must be me who's weird when I hear voices, like I must be crazy when I hear voices. What if that's not true? What if you are aware of entities, and what if those voices that you're hearing are entities talking to you, and it's other people that have a problem with it? So the very basic tool is to give yourself permission to know what you know. Because if it isn't you, who is going to give you that permission?
I love that, giving yourself permission. So, wow. So many things. Thank you so much, Shannon, for going over these two incredible books. Please, you guys, check them out. Check out the Talk to the Entities website as well. There's so much material available out there. You'll have all the links below so that you can find these goodies and have them sent out to you wherever you are in the world, whether you buy hard copies or you get something else that is a digital download. Thank you again, Shannon, for having such a different conversation about entities and the spirit world, which I think is a huge gift. And a huge gift in demystifying and clarifying something that can really be so easy and such a contribution to people.
Thank you, Diva. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. And we all hope that you find more of you through all of these books. And how's it get better than this?
All right, welcome forward, everybody. We just finished that awesome conversation that you had with Shannon, Diva.
Isn't it amazing how I get to transport from being in the castle in Italy to being in the Marriott in Mexico City? Just like that.
It's a different kind of 9 trannies.
Exactly.
Nothing against the Marriott, but not the same thing as the Castle.
This is very true. I am 100% with you on this.
I love it. That's awesome. All right, everybody. Well, we have one guest left for you, last but not least.
Oh my God.
Amazing Anne Maxwell. Welcome, Anne.
Two of my very favorite people ever. Here. How did I get so lucky? Oh my God, I'm gonna cry.
Oh, we're
it is
so
so
excited to
great.
have this conversation, and we love your book.
We
Simone
do.
and I are some of its biggest fans. So
Truly.
Yeah. Cool.
Truly.
Cool.
So Anne is going to be talking to us today about would you teach a fish to climb a tree, which, you know, the title comes from a very famous Einstein quote, which is oh God, what is it now? Now my brain has died. What's the quote, Anne?
Everybody is a genius.
That's it.
But if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid.
whoa,
So-
word for word. Wow.
Hello, it's in my brain.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
So this book covers one of the topics that, as Julia mentioned, she and I love wholeheartedly, which is the topic of X-Men and people who are neurodivergent and kids and labels of so-called disability, and it puts such an incredible spin on it and just takes everything that you think you know about it and just opens it up wide open to a whole different world of new ideas, new tools, and just a whole new way of approaching this incredible group of people. So welcome, Anne. Thank you so much for being on with us today.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm so happy to be here. And I just have to say, 9 years ago, I think it was 2014. Do you remember that when we were in Venice, Diva? And Gary talked to us about
Yes.
doing something with these kids. And it's not what we thought it was going to be. And it's so much greater than whatever they were just the beginnings, you know, seeds that were planted. And you created this incredible specialty class called X-Men. And I finished writing this book that Gary and Dana started and had been trying for 5 years to finish. And it worked out because I had tons of stories to glue it all together, you know?
Yes.
And then Julia, I remember you when right after the first class, I went at the first 7 days. So you guys are just really dear to me. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for, you know, yeah, that memory is so wonderful. And, you know, when I came across Access, X-Men was this thing that was just an incredible topic that blew my mind. I never thought it could apply to me for years. Never thought it could apply to me.
You have to tell the story about knowing when your teacher was in the building when you were like 3 stories up and on the other side of the building. Shh, she's on her way. And everybody, all your friends are like, huh? How do you know that?
I have like a crazy sonic hearing, which makes me very sensitive to sound, but also means that I can hear things that I shouldn't be able to hear from a very long distance. So I would be able to hear when my university lecturer was walking into the building, so I could run out of the building because I never wanted to go to her lectures.
There you go. And there you go. And that's like
Yes.
that in the book that Jill also was amazing. But it was a little boy that Jill was talking to, and all of a sudden he looks up in the sky and then he looks back at her, and a minute and a half later a plane goes by, and Jilly looked at him and said, "You knew that was coming, didn't you?" And he goes, "Yep."
Yes.
Super.
So welcome to the world of X-Men and the book, Would You Teach a Fish to Climb a Tree? I'm too excited about this. So Julia, I'm going to let you ask your questions because otherwise I'm just going to go on and on forever.
No, I have one more diva story. Can I tell a diva story?
Yes, tell us.
This is all in the book. So years ago, Gary asked me if I could put together a school, and we did an online school. It lasted for a year. It didn't turn out the way we thought it was going to. It changed the lives of the kids who were in it. And one of them was this little guy who lived in Alaska, who was 8 years old. And Diva came on. We had Fun Fridays, and Diva came on and did a Fun Friday on superpowers. And I think this little guy's name was Cooper. I'm not sure. But he was chatting along and telling Diva about some incredible thing that he'd just done. And Diva said, "So, Cooper, would you say that's a superpower?" And he goes, "No, Diva, that's not a superpower. That's just what I do." Welcome to the world of these kids. They're just like magical and clueless about how incredibly special they are, you know? So, all right, I'll shut up. Go, Julia.
No, I mean, I mean, I know that for me, I sent you video this morning, and a lady, Pamela McDowell, who is actually #1 in command with Simone Milasas, and she did a video about how when she read "Would You Teach a Fish to Climb a tree for the first time," she just cried and cried, and how it just touched her life and acknowledged something in her that was not acknowledged anywhere else. And that's why I love this book, is because it acknowledged something in me that wasn't acknowledged anywhere else, and something that I really, really needed, like bad. And it's created, I think what it for me, and I know that a lot of you out there who have read this book probably have the same thing going on. For me, there were these areas of my life that were really confused, and there was a lot of problems, trauma, drama, difficulty, or just like lack of understanding. So I couldn't even look at those areas of my life. And then after reading this book, it gave me the information that I needed to start having clarity in all these areas that nothing else could give me clarity in. And it was about how I function as an X-Men, and how a lot of these things, like we were saying, that I thought were wrong with me were actually capacities I have. And it's still a journey for me, figuring out what those capacities are and having clarity about how to be them, rather than using them against me and having difficulty.
Right. And one of the things that I've worked with so many kids, for those of you who don't know me, I've had a clinical practice for over 30 years, and I specialize especially in kids, and but family therapy and play therapy, kids of all ages. And one of the things that is really true of anybody who's made wrong for being who they are is this sense of shame of being who they are and not being who everybody else thinks they should be. And then there's sense of shame and also a sense of guilt. Like, if I was just a better person, then that wouldn't have happened, or I wouldn't have gotten the F, or they wouldn't have laughed at me, or they wouldn't have laughed at my mom because of what I said, or, like all that kind of stuff. And I just want to read this. Can I just read this one paragraph? Because this is what Pamela read. So often
and Anne, if you could read, Betsy has given me instructions. Can you read very slowly, because we have languages going on?
Yes. Okay. So often the conclusion is reached that children who don't fit in need to be taught how to behave so they can learn to function as if they were normal and average and just like everyone else. The problem is they are not normal and average. My point of view is that by asking them to be normal and average, we're doing two things. We're telling them that there is something wrong with them, and we're asking them to be someone they are not. That's that paragraph that reduces so many people that just like, right?
Exactly.
So,
and I just think it's really empowering to identify the shame and the guilt that a lot of kids go into, a lot of people go into when they can't fit the normal standards. And just identifying that in itself is super healing.
Yeah. And being able to shift the everything that's wrong with them into really into superpowers, into capacities that they have that other people don't have, like Diva's capacity for sonic hearing or whatever it was that you said. That little dude that I probably had the same capacity, because I think he says that he heard the plane before it came overhead and everybody else could hear it, you know?
Yeah.
Like that kind of stuff. And truth be told, the greats in the world all had a touch of this.
Absolutely.
A huge dose.
Well, and the thing that I love that in the book too, and that the kind of like overarching message is, what if there's nothing wrong? What if there's nothing to fix? You know, because we can look at these labels of, you know, autism spectrum disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, ADD, ADHD, and you know, so many things, bipolar, schizophrenia, etc. And at the base of it, there is always this sense of like, there's something wrong. But you say something brilliant in the book, which is, we would like to re-reference the point of view that they are special needs children. They're actually special talents children. We call them X-Men, after the Marvel Comics superhero team composed of mutants with an X gene who use their extra powers and abilities for the benefit of humanity, which I think is just so wonderful, and it just puts such a dynamically different perspective, you know, kind of in place here with just this whole topic.
And the funny thing about it is that they really are the opposite. So many of them are the opposite of the way they're viewed or perceived or seen by others, received by others. They are some of the kindest, bar none, kindest beings on the planet, and super aware of other people in a way that is stunning when you see them interacting in large groups of people or freaking out about something somebody either did or said or whatever. But Temple Grandin, for those of you who haven't either heard of her or watched the movie, I think the three of us would really encourage you to do that. And she is a woman who had a mom who was extraordinary. And she's been diagnosed with severe autism. And she's I think isn't she a vet?
Temple Grandin?
Yeah, a veterinarian.
No,
I know she's in Colorado at UNC University of Northern Colorado in their graduate program. And it may be that she does something else, but she's a huge voice for autism. And one of the things that her mom was told when she was 4 and Temple wasn't talking yet was that there was something really wrong with her, and her mother was going to have to institutionalize her and send her away. And her mother said, "No, I'm not going to do that," and didn't. And one of the things that Temple says when she describes the kids is that you will never find any child more loyal than a child with autism. Like it takes a lot for them to connect to people or to attach to people, however you want to talk about it. But once they do, they never let go. And you know, it is true. It is true. And it's so different from the way people with, quote, severe autism are viewed, you know, as being socially awkward and socially inept and
detached and
detached. Yes, all that. And in fact, underneath it, that's actually not true. So
anyway. I just wanted to I looked up Temple. So she received her PhD in animal science from the University of Illinois in 1989. And today she teaches courses on livestock behavior and facility design at Colorado State.
Okay. She's also she revolutionized the whole slaughterhouse industry in all of the United States because of her ability to see and perceive the way that the cows would be aware of light, sound, movement, noises. So she was able to understand how they functioned, which for any regular person, they weren't listening or receiving information in that same way. So her autism actually allowed her to have access to this whole other huge world of information.
And that's one of the things that Gary Douglas, the founder of Access and the first guy off today, I guess, says about people with autism, is that their brains function in a very similar way to the way animal brains function. And so what Diva was just talking about is really true. And some of the sort of I don't know whether, like in the lingo, it's called a self-soothing technique or coping mechanism or whatever. But when kids with autism get agitated or get completely detached, ways for them to reconnect with themselves and with their bodies is especially around animals and especially around horses, because their brains are very similar. And all of a sudden these kids can relax. And there's stories and stories. There are lots of horse therapy places for kids with autism to go for therapy sessions and camps and like that kind of stuff. And the stories are, the kids will ride or hang out with the horses for a while and then fall asleep on the grass and sleep soundly in a way that they don't sleep in their beds. But these are kids that respond to being in nature, being outdoors, being really literally laying in the grass, being in the woods, hearing the wind, being with horses like that. And there's scientific evidence that provides the basis for that statement. You guys can Google it, but there have been tons of research studies done on that as well. So just they're different. They're spectacularly wonderful. Yeah. And I don't know. I just start crying every time I think about it.
Well, I wanted to ask you about something that I think is really kind of like one of the foundational elements of working with these kids and adults, which you talk about in the book, which is question. And the chapter is called "Creating a Culture of Question," and we've spoken a little bit about that throughout the day in the different interviews. And we spoke with Gary Douglas about this too, and he actually has you put a quote of his in the book that says the purpose of a question is to create awareness and not an answer. Could you speak a little bit about creating that culture of question and the impact that has on this whole population of X-Men?
So one of the things that people in my field, in the field of psychotherapy and really of mental health, do is, in an attempt to, quote, understand what's going on, people get labeled and they get slotted. And with the label and with the sort of slotting, the underlying basis for that is having an answer, like a right answer. Oh, this is what's going on, and this is what this means.
Yeah.
And asking a question, like a real question, as opposed to a statement with a question mark at the end of it, is designed to create awareness. And so my questions with these kids in therapy sessions, when talking with parents, is, I wonder what that is, right? Just this real, I'm a seeker from way back. I'm innately curious. I think that one of the reasons I'm a therapist is that I really am fascinated by people and what causes that, not even what causes them, but how they got to be where they are. And, what's their outlook on this? Like, what's their take on whatever it is that brings them in? And so what I encourage parents and teachers and anybody who works with these kids to do is to ask a question like, what is this? Like, what's actually going on here? And we have a friend who's brilliant, who's now, I don't know, I think he's living at El Lugar, and he's just, I think his IQ is off the charts. And he was labeled as special needs when he was in school and put in a classroom of kids who functioned at below grade level and needed a lot of extra help and or were behavior problems. And the reason that he was put there was because he was viewed as being slow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the reason that they thought that he was slow was when they asked him a question, he didn't respond instantly. And the way he describes it is, well, there was just so much going in my head. I just wasn't quite sure which thing to pick, right? But as it turns out, his IQ is off the charts, and he's brilliant in ways that I can't even describe.
Mm-hmm.
And the question then, when, for example, if somebody's nonverbal or somebody's non-responsive, like, what is this? Right?
Yeah.
And to really, really, with the kids, to give them the space and the bandwidth to connect in a way that they can connect, not in the way that they're expected to connect.
Right. Yeah.
Right?
Which is
I
so
think is
powerful.
huge.
Yeah,
It
it is.
And so empowering, actually, because, you know, like, we're all told if you make eye contact, it shows you've got a connection with
don't
the
ever make
person.
them make eye contact. Yeah,
Exactly.
ever,
Yeah.
ever.
Yeah.
I mean,
But it's like,
that. And that's
all
what this
these
book
things.
is filled with, the do's and don'ts. I don't think it's ever quite that blunt, but don't ever make them make eye contact with you.
This is true. Don't do it.
It's not a sign of disrespect. It's a coping mechanism. They need to be able to not make eye contact to be able to even stay in the same vicinity as you are. So
Yeah.
just saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off though, Deep. That was
No, not at all. No, there are so many things. I mean, this book is just like all of these books that we've looked at today, but it really is such a huge universe. And I guess if there was one thing that you would like to really express or talk about the book that you've seen that's created a huge impact, what would it be? What would you tell people who are watching now and in the future?
the gift of the book is that it offers such a completely different point of view that on these kids and on their parents. And what I would love parents to begin to consider is that they didn't do anything wrong, right? And they're not wrong. It's not because of them that their child is the way their child is. Their child is the way he or she is because that's the way he or she is.
Yeah.
And I think part of the guilt and shame is like a generational thing. You know, there's something wrong with me, and I had this kid that's so weird, you know, and if I were a better parent or a better person, I wouldn't have given birth to somebody who struggles like this and has such, it's like, no,
Wow.
don't go there. Like, really,
Yeah.
don't go there. And there's something about, one of the things that I love about Temple Grandin is how kind she is when she, you know, Diva, what you were reading about livestock and all that, for those of you who watch the movie, you'll see that. But up until Temple sort of reordered it and reorganized it, the way cattle went to slaughter was so inhumane. And it was Temple's kindness and lack of sort of emotional trauma and drama.
Yeah.
But absolute clarity about what was required in order for this to be so much more humane.
Yeah.
And for parents to have that degree of kindness to themselves.
Ooh.
Right? Like, really, because it starts with you.
Yeah.
As a parent, it does. I mean, we can talk about the kids and talk about grown-up fish or X-Men. I think one of the most challenging things on the planet is to be a parent, number one, and then number two, to be a parent of a child who's different and who doesn't fit in. Diva had all the right terminology, but what is it? Neurodivergent.
Neurodivergent.
Yeah.
I like that. That's a great term.
Sort of the new blob that encompasses everything that doesn't fit into one of those slots, you know?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you so much for coming on today, Anne.
You're so welcome. Thank you so much for having me.
I so love this.
you.
It's making me realize I need to reread the book. And tonight I want to watch Temple Grandin because
Yeah.
I
Dude,
need a
it's
refresher because
incredible.
it's so beautiful and powerful.
Awesome.
Yeah. Awesome.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you all, and thank you everybody now and in the future. And
Thank you, Anne.
Wow. Well, this concludes International Book Days, Books That Lead to Greatness. Thank you to those of you who made it with us all the way through. And I'm so inspired by the conversations we got to have this year. Woo, what a year. What a powerful,
Absolutely.
powerful year it has been.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the authors. Thank you again to the incredible team behind the scenes. And thank you, Julia.
Thank you. And thank you, Diva.
And I guess we'll see you guys somewhere online or in person soon. And if not, you know, next year, I'm sure.
Yep.
And into Books That Lead to Greatness.
So thank you so much, everybody. How does it get better? And we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.